Oh, we gonna start y'all off with something different today. Bloodline. Woo! I did this for Zilla right here.
I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies. Put food on the table, tatted in pride. Acknowledge my blood and know that we put on for the tribe. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies. Put food on the table, tatted in pride. Acknowledge my blood and know that we good. Locked in a cage, filled up with rage. Looking for better days, I created the better days. Broke free from the mold, the story were told. The days were empty, the nights were cut off for the tribe. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies.
The life, I see you out there, brother, appreciate you. Come on.
Acknowledge my blood and know that we good. Put on for the tribe.
For the tribe.
I'm the one that's alive, locked in a cage, filled up with rage. Looking for better days, I created them better days. Broke free from the mold, the story we're told. The days were empty, the nights were cut off for the tribe. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth.
My brother Cap was good.
Yeah.
Acknowledge my
Come on,
blood
Cap
and know that we good. Put on for the tribe.
We giving y'all this new cook up, man. It's only right. Y'all see what's on the screen.
I'm the one that's alive, locked in a cage, filled up with rage. Looking for better days,
I created the better days.
Broke free from the mold, the story we're told. The days were empty,
the nights were cold.
Acknowledge my blood and know that we good. I'm the one that's alive, acknowledge my blood and know that we good. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that we good, I'm the one that put on for the tribe.
Come on, chat. Look at that right there.
I'm the one that's alive,
Oh, we gotta bring y'all in, man. Unwelcome your thoughts. November 30th, WWE Survivor Series. War Games.
Yes. Stunning everything in sight, whether it's in the bloodline or corporate. Walk me out there with a big smile, no handcuffed by officers. Hold on, wait. They lost the script, we got some shooters. This off the hip. Yeah. Oh, chilling at the head of the table where the boss is sitting. Stunning everything in sight, whether it's in the bloodline or corporate. Walk me out there with a big smile, no handcuffed by officers. Hold on, wait, I think they lost the script, we got some shooters. Pow! It's off the hip. Chillin' at the head of the table where the bosses sit. Stunning everything in sight, whether it's in the bloodline or corporate. Walk me out there with a big smile, no handcuffed by officers. Hold on, wait, I think they lost the script, we got some shooters.
Oh, with no further ado, man, it's your boy HD. Got my brother Razor with me. Oh, man. Go ahead that QR code up there, too, while y'all at it. Oh, Solo. Gotta put the ones up for the victory. Gotta put the ones up for the victory, man. Whew. Razor, man, how you feeling today, brother? Man, I think you're on mute over there. I think you're on mute.
Ooh.
Lil Yit, I see you. Let's go. I appreciate you, Lil Yit. Cat, I see you out there. Man, I'm not gonna lie. Today was... Listen. The Bloodline, the Women's War Games match, the Intercontinental Championship match, United States Championship match,
the World Heavyweight Championship match.
That was our lineup for tonight. Where did we start? Like, you know me, I really want to talk about what we seen, what we had on the screen right here. This is how we ended the show, ladies and gentlemen. The OG Bloodline victorious. CM Punk right there in the middle, side by side with Roman Reigns. They were able to coexist. But,
Shocked the hell out of me.
chat, we had a bumpy road to get there. Oh man. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I was curious to see how they were gonna incorporate CM Punk into this in such short notice. And like I was telling you off air, we got the bloodline storyline in play, we got family in play, but now we also have a different sector to the story.
A
It's a
story that
different
we've been fantasizing about this all most of the year, and the way they came about this particular chapter to introduce said story, in hindsight, I don't think it could have been better.
It couldn't have. And it's almost like this is the moment to do it. Like any other moment could have maybe felt a little forced. This right here was kind of perfect to just include. And the reason I say perfect is because leading up to this, months ago, when Bloodline led by Solo Sikoa and Paul Heyman was Wiseman is still by their side, he's looking at CM Punk and says, "Save me.
Take me with you.
Take me with you." So we got history from that moment correlating with this storyline. So it makes all the perfect sense. Also, I find it like interesting on CM Punk's behalf that like he was willing to be the bigger man, and throughout the whole promos leading up to this, everything he's like, I'm doing it for Paul. So even in the middle of the match, we see what it was Sami Zayn. No, CM Punk was about to enter the match. Roman stops him, gives him the arm.
Stopped him cold.
Stopped him cold in his tracks. Sami Zayn. He looks at Sami. That was the first sign of dissension right there amongst the team. And then you keep seeing camera shots of CM Punk and Roman in the
Looking
cage.
salty as all hell.
One standing by one set of bars, the other on the other side, far apart from each other as they possibly can be in that small cage. I thought it was funny, hilarious, but it also told like, okay, there's something to watch here. I
These
was
two
so
guys
wrong.
do not like each other.
I was so wrong about how the entire evening went, and this case, I'm glad that I was so wrong because I envisioned Seth Rollins blowing up this match. Like I seen him coming through and basically at the end when all participants was in going to cost the Bloodline led by Roman Reigns the match. Even though he doesn't mess with Solo and Bronson Reed, I think he would have found a way to attack them, but still cost CM Punk and Roman. We got no Seth Rollins out there.
But now, when Seth and Punk do battle, this sets up a whole new layer that we didn't even think about. And that's this. Punk has said to him, say, hey, I was able to get along with him. What's stopping you? Because it's no, I mean, for those that may not know, many moons ago, the Shield were essentially CM Punk's attack hounds, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They worked for him, but didn't work for him, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So he is still intertwined with Seth and Roman's story on how do we essentially repair the damaged Shield, no pun intended.
Which I'm kind of glad they went back to that in the beginning of the show. Well, I wouldn't say the pre-show. When they giving us the top 10 moments of Survivor Series, they keep reminding us.
Who debuted at Survivor Series?
The Shield. They remind us who were they there to help. So again, there's history there. It's laying out a great scenario to go forward. As for what we seen tonight, though, we didn't see no Seth Rollins. Paul Heyman didn't come out with Roman
Either one of
Reigns
them,
or CM Punk. He didn't come out with nobody.
which tells me he got something up them sleeves.
I wonder what
Another
was
thing I
that.
thought, another thing I thought was very interesting was he embraced CM Punk like it was his own son. Roman just patted him on the head and the side, and that was it. Everyone's issues with Roman all has the same root cause, and it's him at the top, and then everyone else at the bottom, like the peasants, so to speak. And Jay's trying to get that through his thick skull. Sammy's tried. Solo's been telling him. Cody's been telling him. Seth's been telling him. And I think today, when Roman saw everybody embrace Punk as a friend, maybe in his school, he's like, okay, maybe they were right. Maybe I do have some changing to do in order to get my family back together.
Well, I think a main part of it is when I look at Paul Heyman's relationships with these three specifically, Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, and Roman Reigns, he has different relationships with all of them. He does similar things for them, sure, but Brock Lesnar, that he was what he was, the advocate for his prize fighter. Like he's lining up the bag for Brock Lesnar, and he did the similar with Roman Reigns, but there's more family
Because of
history there.
Paul's history with the family, he feels indebted to them.
Yep. And then
But
that's where he becomes the wise man because I I, I don't remember which exact interview. It might have been with Shaq, but I heard Paul say he started off as the counsel.
he was the counsel for the tribal chief. Then he was the counsel for the bloodline, and then he became the wise man.
So when he got to make a little bit more strategic decisions, more plays than he had to do with Brock Lesnar and with CM Punk. There's more he has to do for
Good.
Roman. I think with CM Punk too, it was more like that was one of the guys he believed in, and it was also a moment for Paul Heyman to get back in the spotlight at that time. So it worked well for both of them, and they both acknowledge that, and they always gonna like that favorite thing. That's exactly how their relationship is. Like, man, we was there for each other when we was both down. Nobody believed in us. They counted us out. That's their relationship.
But ever since Punk got put into this chapter of the Bloodline saga, Punk's been telling Roman, "That's our wise man, not yours, ours."
And I think Brock Lesnar felt the same way. It's just Brock had no chill button. He wanted that belt. I don't care whose side. Paul Heyman, you coming with me? It's just Paul ultimately made a choice. Maybe Roman made him make that choice. But it looked like Paul was initially split too. Remember, like he threw Brock, slid Brock the title. Like there was a few moments where a question like, oh, is he gonna end the relationship with Roman? But after Brock was eliminated and out the way, he stood loyal and true to Roman.
We'll
But
even
with
go
CM
back
Punk,
even
it's more
further.
of a friendly approach.
I want to say, like I said, with Punk, it generally seems like it's a family thing, and then like with
Yeah.
Paul considering the Anoa'i Fatu family as his extended family, in his mind, he would like Roman to feel like Punk is essentially his brother.
But and then when we say family, cause we both like I'm looking at family in the sense of Paul Heyman and Punk like protege as close as a little brother can get. Now Roman's case, it's kind of like I would hate to say this because it happened in real life, but it's almost like you were asked a close family friend was asked to watch over one of the descendants of the family. That's how I look at Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns. Like the elders really knew Paul Heyman. So one of their last wishes was like take care of my grandson or my son. You know what I'm saying? Take care of my.
Yeah.
So that's how I look at that.
But also with the family storyline between Roman and Punk, like we touched on earlier, Roman or Punk was was essentially the head behind the Shield. So when he left, and Seth gave him that chair in the back, Punk's nowhere to be found. Maybe Roman has that resentment, like you abandoned me when they
That
abandoned me.
yeah, I mean, it's so much that they can do
There's a
because
lot of layers with this.
yeah, because it's kind of like now you know how in movies we see a trilogy and then they give us the like almost in them old X-Men movies we done
The
seen
story
X-Men
before
3.
the story,
Yeah, they give us the origin stories. I feel like you can really go down that route with the Shield story.
and uh, like I think Punk kind of touched on that in their little segment
Let's
on
go,
SmackDown.
Amethyst. Hell
Because
yeah.
when Punk told him, "Hey, if you ever want to revisit this talk between you and I, you know where to find me."
Yeah, their
So
history goes back so much because I feel like I couldn't be wrong, but there's a lot of people that would want to know how, and I'm pretty sure Paul Heyman is that gap in between, right? But in that time period, we really got no concrete answer because CM Punk was still like, "Oh, I didn't bring the Shield up. I didn't bring the Shield up." And remember, they eventually end up beating him up,
yeah,
and then he kind of left shortly after. But it was like, yes, he's responsible for, but what went wrong there? I want to know what went wrong there,
and
right?
I think we're finally gonna learn that 10+ years later.
And that'd be oh man. And Amethyst, shout out to you. You called it. You called the OG Bloodline winning. Give you your props on that. There was no
I'm
Seth
happy I
Rollins
was wrong.
foolery. I'm definitely. I started off the show by saying I was wrong, and I enjoyed being wrong. Paul Dub, here's what went wrong.
But also no, to a point, yes, because at that time Paul was still with Brock. He had just came back with Brock. But also with where the story could go, I just got this to say: it's a goddamn shame Moxley is in the WWE right now. Instead, he wants to go play American History X on AEW because this would have brought back all those stories from them as a Shield to maybe another callback to Moxley just breaking down when Roman had leukemia, to Moxley avenging his brother when he beat Seth, to all three of them essentially becoming or being world champion at one point at the Survivor Series, I think, as well.
I think
When
it's
Mox
really
had the
dope
money in the
though.
bank.
Like I know Triple H regime is different, so I'm not surprised by it. But I just want to throw it out there that it's dope they show Ambrose, Moxley in the video packages. I feel like it was a time like if you weren't in the company, they'll do their best to like either blur you out, not really show you, kind of crop you out a bit, and if whenever the time is right for you to come back, they show him on screen. So if he ever do it, it wouldn't be like too much time passed between the new audience to reintroduce him with
He,
a new look.
McAfee and company has cut promos addressing him as Mox. Anyways, so
Hmm.
again, I don't see why he doesn't just come back.
I mean,
I
again,
I I I get why, but it's like, come on, man.
it was just a crazy main event. Like again, we starting off talking about the main event because we talk about what's coming off fresh off the press, our first memory, and that's the last thing that we saw. You know what I'm saying? So is I'm thinking about Bronson Reed flying off the top, going through the table. I'm thinking about Jimmy flying off the top onto Jacob, breaking
The
his
very
toe on the way
beginning,
down.
you got
Man,
Tama Tonga climbing around the cage.
man. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Mark Films, I see you out there, man. Appreciate you, bud. I see you out there, man. Sangano, I see you. I think the favor won't be revealed anytime soon. I think it'll be months later. I mean, and I'm trying to do my best. Like we could talk about it. I don't mind like going down the rabbit hole, but I really think it's something as simple as either a title match or and when I say a title match, I mean like Paul Heyman working his magic to get CM Punk an opportunity at a Raw Championship or SmackDown, whatever it may be. But I think that could
I
be
don't
a
even
play
I
or
don't even
even
I don't
help.
even I don't even think it's a title opportunity.
Mm.
And it's something that I touched on at the start of the show as well. This Punk being able to work along hand in hand with the bloodline is a whole new layer for Seth and Punk, and it's also an added tie-in to Roman and Punk. So maybe the favor is Roman, get him out of my hair, and I'll be out of your hair forever.
Now I would see that if Seth like somehow like it can't just be Seth by himself beating up CM Punk. I would think Seth has to start like a little
Okay,
faction,
you
almost
got
like what he
easy.
did.
Drew McIntyre.
Seth Andrew.
Hear me out. You wouldn't mind seeing Roman and Drew throw down one more time?
I mean, like again, this would be down the road. So CM Punk will always cash in on this so-called favor. It could be a year, 2 years, 6 months.
It
It
could
could
be
be shorter
January
soon.
6th.
Yeah,
It could be the Chamber. It could be the Rumble. It could be at the start of Mania, after Mania.
it could be anything. That's why it's like it's so many. It's almost like the we we was waiting so long to know what the Rock put in Cody's hands. You know what I'm saying? We was shooting so many speculations. Like I think it's one of those situations.
Like, and The Rock, that's a whole nother factor that we haven't even talked about yet because we know he's bound to re-enter the fold now. He also has history with CM Punk because it was CM Punk and Cena there once and twice in a lifetime that, as he puts it, robbed him of his Mania main event instead of
Yeah,
and
Rock beat him at the Royal Rumble for the championship.
we could easily see The Rock versus CM Punk at Mania. And we could probably put Rock and Roman on ice for another year, depending on The Rock's availability. Which again, I wouldn't be mad at.
I
But
mean,
again, there's just so many layers that trickle from outside of the Family Matters that we could easily predict the card for the next every PLE for the next like 2-3 years, and still not get bored of the story.
let's kick it back to the match then. So we get Jey Uso and Tama Tonga starting. The first entrant we thought was gonna be from Solo side. We thought it was gonna look like to be Tongaloa. He sends out Bronson off the rip. Heavy hitter.
Talk to
What you thought? Like I felt like once they started making it like Roman side was outmatched, I kind of felt like towards the end it was gonna swing in their favor. I was still hoping to get that Seth Rollins moment, but I felt like it was too much of a yeah, Jay getting beat down. Then Jimmy comes out. Now listen, Jimmy came out firing tonight. Like I mean, I want to say he came back this time in this PLE ready to go ham because as soon as he gets in the ring, he goes between the both rings, does the leg spot, does it again, and he's just on fire now. And Jimmy and Jay, they had their chemistry. They doing their tag team stuff. Now, this is the only part that I found funny. When we was talking about it off here. They get to the corner spot and the crowd is chanting 1, 2. It seemed like Jay either lost count or something, got off Bronson a little too fast
just
right
got
there.
lost in the moment.
Yeah,
But
and mhm.
but let's be honest for a second. All of this was mere child's play until the real MVP of this match entered the fold in
Oof,
his third main event consecutively.
man,
When Jacob
Jacob.
came in, god damn. Like again, there's it seems like every match he's in or it has an odd stipulation is tailor made for him. Like he had a hiccup later in the match, but it's like everything he was doing was it's just perfect. And he's barely like scratching the surface as far as his WWE exposure, which is incredible. Many say he's a late entry for possibly Rookie of the Year on the main roster. Who else would contest that right now?
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
Braun, maybe, maybe
nah, the
Tiffany
dude is
Stratton, but
he's so explosive. When as soon as he hits the ring, like he means business.
and
And like I
he's
said
hitting like a
earlier,
mag truck on top of that.
yeah, he leaves behind a pile of rubble wherever he goes. As soon as he's like running through Jimmy, running through Jay, he's just like leaving them in pieces, man. They just scattered all over the ring. You know what I mean? And then we get now we get another moment which we spoke about earlier. Sami Zayn enters the match, but it's how he entered. CM Punk, he was ready to go. He was as soon as that door opened, he's ready. Stiff arm. Executive call time. A play has been made. Roman Reigns looks at Sammy, sends out Sammy. Now I felt like that moment was unnecessary, but again, Roman he wasn't really too hot on bringing in CM Punk into the fold anyway, so I could see
like
why he did it.
like Roman was saying with his beef with Solo for months, it's family business.
hmm So we get and Sammy
But
also came
we didn't
in.
touch on this. Solo did the same thing to Loa when
Yep,
Bronson came out.
yep. And I think he might have done it like he didn't do it when I think he did it when Jacob came out, but both times it seemed like Tonga wanted to go and help his
His
brother.
brother.
Like he's ready to go. Like and he didn't get to go when Bronson came out, and then he definitely got stopped when Jacob. So like yeah, to your point, it happened. Solo stopped Tonga Loa from going out, sent Jacob out, and then we see the same happen on the other side. Roman stopped CM Punk. Man, Sammy was looking phenomenal out there too. He came in, started just working.
It's years he got a 6-pack now.
Nah, he's working on his abs. I seen it.
Yeah, he got some abs now, folks.
I'm not gonna lie though. I give it to him. Like I don't know if it's by design or what, but when he's on that when he was in that conspiracy territory, he was kind of letting his character go.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever he's with the bloodline, he kind of like you see the okay. He's putting physical
He's dialed
improvement.
in.
Yeah, like there's a lot going on. So Sami Zayn showed out. He was out there attacking Bronson Reed. How you felt about Bronson Reed showing in that match? Like,
I thought it was
I felt,
incredible.
yeah, I felt like he got a
It
lot of offense in early in the beginning, but once they neutralized him, and I'm not even talking about when he jumped off the tie. It was kind of like that moment when Jimmy and Jay had them at the corner. It was like from there on, he didn't really get too much
I'm
going
just
after
curious
that.
as to if he's gonna play a role in the new bloodline quasi permanently moving forward, or if this is a one and done.
It should be a one and done, and I'm gonna tell you why. They lost clean. Unless I missed something, Solo team lost clean.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, losses have consequences. There don't really no reason to keep Bronson around if they added him to the team. And even as dominant as he is, they weren't able to pick up the victory. Like it's just with that, if he stick around too, it's just gonna feel like again, like all right, we doing so for the purposes of the war games. It was fun addition, but unless we get some explanations as to why we really bringing him into the fold, it's like everyone
Also,
tends to be on point. I can agree. You got to. It's like you're on the main stage. You're in the main event time now. And it can only benefit you and your character going forward. Like I never really seen Sami Zayn with a shape up, and I remember one time he came out with the bloodline, and he had his joint shaped up like how Seth Rollins would. Had his hair tied up, nicely shaped up. Everything was going good. He'd be money with them. Then we get after that we get Solo coming out, man. After CM Punk, we get Solo. And
Oh,
well, hold on. Yeah, I'm breezing past by
we skipped a whole bunch just now.
Punk. No, cause I got past where he held Punk, and yeah. So we gotta get Tonga in the Tonga Loa in the match. You know, he bring out the two tables that they started introducing a lot of weapons at this point. And my favorite introduction is when CM Punk comes out. He brings out that damn toolbox. Man, I like how CM Punk is making that a trademark of his right now. Like, you know how there's certain superstars that got like a trademark weapon. I think like if you play a video game and CM
The
Punk goes
Dudley's
under the
got the
ring,
tables. Edge and Christian got the ladders. Sabu got the candlestick, or Dreamer got the candlestick. Sabu got the chairs.
yeah, like
I got the
this,
goddamn toolbox.
he got the toolbox. He just and you know he gave us that nice pump fake at that point because it looked he walked up the steps and it appeared like he didn't want to enter the match. He had that slight moment of hesitation. You know, like, should I really enter the match? And then he goes under the ring. There goes that red toolbox. He laid waste to everybody in sight.
Almost.
Who didn't get it? I know
Jake
who got
popped
it.
right up after the Bulldog.
Oh no, cause I'm about to say I know who got it the worst. Tonga Loa
We
got
know
it the
who
worst.
we know who got it the worst.
Tonga Loa got it the worst. But yo man, Jacob after the Bulldog, CM Punk is celebrating. He think he done neutralized Jacob. Man, was he wrong? The dude gets up and just levels CM Punk. It's over. The momentum has shifted once again.
And I think there was a spot before the match where I think it was Jay or Jimmy gave him Jacob something, and he kept up right after. And they
Man,
look at him like, "What the fuck are you?"
it sometimes it's crazy because it's like, man, he really don't want like he got that pass to go out there and no sell. But I like how it's done too, because it's like it almost has that Undertaker-esque moment. Like you know how somebody will put Taker down and then they'll turn around and think he's down, and then he just sits up, and then they
Very
turn around.
few people know how
Oh
to be a monster in today's wrestling. Jacob is undoubtedly a fucking monster. Respectfully, of course.
man, I like the introduction of the weapons in today's matchups. We'll get to the women's one later, but yeah, the introduction it felt so fun out there. It was a little weird to see, people pull up the apron and not know, or like they'll have to do it a few times to get the weapon. But you know it is what it is.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that in both matches.
It was
It's
a
like
little.
it's like how you gonna forget where you put shit?
Mm-hmm.
But also, Solo was very impressive in this match too, because again, he'd been in the War Games with Roman before. He was very crafty in this go around, especially when he locked the cage.
Yeah, that was Now I
That
had
was
a,
that was genius.
and it was too because on the aspect like I said, it was two funny things I'm laughing and saying at the same time. Like, okay, early in the women's match, we seen EO Sky climb the cage, but then it's like that's not really in Roman's DNA to be
And
climbing
any
up anything. Like,
whether tell him to sell this a steel cage, I don't think Roman's ever climbed the cage. I'm serious. I don't think I've ever seen him climb the cage before.
you
So,
know what I'm saying? So,
and usually those church, like I told you privately, when you have like certain guys that are known powerhouses, like a Lashley, a Brock Lesnar, Big Show, Kane, Undertaker, they're breaking that fucking lock or they're breaking the door off.
yeah,
If Roman was in the supposed God mode, that should have been another spot for him to do or to have him do.
he did years ago as a big dog. Yeah, I got
Mm.
to go back and watch. I mean, he has been in the Hell in a Cell matches for sure, but Yeah, I don't even remember. Like, um, I know the one that I seen recently with him and Mysterio. They kept that one in the cage,
Yeah,
but
but it's like
but I
to
was laughing. Like, I'm like, yeah, he probably did that because that's his cousin, and he knows he doesn't like to climb. Like I said that tongue in cheek, just laughing. Like, all right,
you think he's scared of heights?
yeah, like I mean, but I mean, then watching Roman's technique climbing, the dude's big, so it's like he's kind of climbing bulky as to like like damn. And then when they
Yeah, but
started to,
we've seen Lashley climb it with less struggles.
yeah, I
So
mean
it's like,
we've seen big, but like yeah, Roman did a good job at I guess selling that moment as to like he really don't want to climb, because even so he started shaking the cages and I'm like man, he think he's gonna break off the side of the cage.
but that's my point. Like again, like if you were to call back to God Mode or him being just an actual overall powerhouse, that's a very minor missed opportunity for them. Because say he's trying to pick the lock, or whatever, he just fucking just yanks the door off. Cole and Grace could have said, "Oh, he has entered God mode."
Do you consider like I mean I guess you are by the way you're saying it, but I never really looked at Roman Reigns. Maybe when he was in the Shield, but during this one I look at him more like a striker, not really powerhouse. He's fucking yoked
Yeah,
and
yeah, but
cut, but
there was a brief time where he was just the muscle, the powerhouse, like the
yeah,
enforcer.
yeah,
And like I said, this would have been a perfect opportunity for that callback.
okay, I can see that. Yeah, they made him look a little funny in that moment to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like I look at things weird, but I thought it was weird how he really tried to open the cage after. Well, I guess you can't see from that far, but after walking upon the cage and seeing it locked with the master lock, you still tried to open it that way and then find other weird
And
ways to open
I
it.
hate when folks look at the refs. Where's the key? Fucking hate that when they do that.
And shout out to Graves too because he kind of said it. Oh, Solo's locking it with his own lock. Therefore,
Yeah,
like the refs are useless at this point.
like the refs probably told him, "You want to know where the key is? It's on his nutsack. Go get it."
But I thought, now we got all the competitors in the ring, right? At this point, Roman had gotten over, and right before the War Games siren can go
Was
off,
official.
we get Paul Heyman coming down to the ring because CM Punk and Roman Reigns are face to face. They're at odds right now, looking like they're about to blow this whole match. Like
They
they're
just
gonna
staring a
go.
hole through each other's eyes. Like it's one of those you sneeze in my direction, I'm teeing off on you.
That tension done built up right there. Now
Two alpha males.
I'm not gonna lie. With so many competitors in the ring, with two rings, with everything that's given in that match, I feel like there was some moments that was slow leading up to competitors, some funny things going on, but overall it was a fire match. We get the moments where like Roman Reigns speared CM Punk accidentally. You get the accidental Roman spear.
So we just gonna brush past Paul Heyman's epic fucking Braveheart speech, huh?
Yeah, I don't remember word by word, but if you do, fill us in.
I was hoping you would.
That's why I just said we got him right there in the middle. But look, I wish we had that because that image. No, and all jokes aside, though, it was fire how he came
just him
down, gave
him
a fucking
pleading to both
speech,
of them. Like I'm paraphrasing, for the love of God, get along.
and then he emphasized war games. Like actually said,
But I did find this part interesting. I don't know if you caught it or not, but he did reference Punk as the best in the world.
yes, he did say that. He said we have best in the world, tribal chief. We need you guys together.
This is war
War
games.
games, and just his face alone, he sold it. Like like, and then right when he said it, I knew that the siren was gonna go off. I'm strapped in now. We ready to go.
I could have dipped up the bolt cutters too. That shit wasn't even necessary. That was just stupid.
I mean, I feel like even I guess it adds a little bit, but even Solo putting the chain, locking the cage, to me was like it was like
That was fine because again we've seen that a couple times before. But again, usually we get a spot to where someone rips the door off or they climb over it.
yeah, it was weird what it was designed to do. Like I don't understand what it was designed to do, but we got there. The rest was history. We getting man, like we
For the
spoke on
for the
earlier,
first
Bronson.
time in over a year, we saw the 1D.
Man, done on Jacob, right?
Yeah.
Man. And earlier we see Bronson fly off the top rope. Not the top rope, but the top of the actual cage, the platform, go through the table. And then now we see Jimmy setting up Jacob on the table.
Well, no, but with Bronson on there, who's who saved who from from getting the tsunami? I
Man,
thought that
CM
was
Punk saved Roman Reigns from getting his body blown to smithereens. It was gonna be GG's goodnight, Irene for Roman if he didn't get saved by CM Punk in that moment. Hmm. He said that would have been so fire. And Bronson landed that splash. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie too. It was so close of a spot. Like I don't know if Bronson. Like
that
it
was
was just
almost
close.
that was almost as crazy as I don't know if you remember it where it's I think Shane McMahon versus KO in a cage match. Shane jumps from the top and Sammy saves KO at like the last second.
Man,
And you just see Shane just splat on the announce table.
yeah, it
I mean,
was
it's
that
Shane, but
close.
still.
No, it was that close. And yeah, like you said, CM Punk man made the save right there, and that was after like mentioned earlier, Roman Reigns hitting that spear on him. So they kind of nullifying. Well, CM Punk nullified whatever Roman did there, and then Roman helps him up later on.
Yeah, but even after that splat by Bronson Reed, Roman's probably telling him, "You saved me," and then Punk probably told him again, "I'm doing this for Paul."
Jacob Beyond, but yeah, I mean, and Punk man holding it down for Paul, even if that means holding Roman Reigns down.
Mm-hmm.
Like Punk is a man of his word. He's loyal to Paul Heyman, and if by helping you means I need to help Roman Reigns, that's exactly what he did tonight.
Cost of doing business.
Yep. And I mean, how'd you feel about the whole overall match? Like, we get the bloodline led by Roman Reigns, the OG bloodline winning.
I thought the closing segment was absolutely perfect where you have Solo just cornered by everybody. Solo just talking them all down like, y'all think you can get me, whatever. Roman tries to just let him in saying, well, water under the bridge.
Mm.
And then Solo tries a last ditch effort and then super
Kick, super
kick,
kick,
Aluva kick,
kick.
GTS into the spear.
Man,
Poetry in motion.
yeah, that was like a real combo finisher right there from
That's
everybody.
like it's the closing scene out of a movie.
Yeah, everybody got to hit their move, and it was dope. I think the whole match was fire. As fans, I feel like we wanted more. Like we see them celebrating. The
And I thought
camera
it was the
went
best
on.
part.
Yeah, we wanted a little bit more. We see them celebrating. The camera, like after the match, it probably went on like 3 to 4 extra minutes. So we
Well,
see
we're
them
for
in
a
the
while,
ring. Yeah.
which again, a lot of us are thinking, okay, they're actually gonna do something. Not right now.
What you think was the purpose? You think it was just photo op? You think it was to pull on our emotions to keep us guessing?
I think all the above. Because again, like last year, we got the return of Punk with the vintage Triple H trademark of putting the tag in the bottom left corner as they go off the air, and they just stay on the air. We didn't get, I didn't notice to catch that, so maybe that was a sign of Triple H saying, keeping you guys on your toes. Um, I think a lot of us wanted us to see how Punk, Roman were each can interact with Paul because since Paul has been back, and since Roman's been back, and just in general, just Roman really hasn't sincerely embraced anyone but Sami Zayn. If you think about it, the Usos haven't gotten a hug from him. Sammy's gotten plenty of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not counting the group hugs, but it's like to where it's an actual genuine embrace. And then I guess when we saw Punk embrace him, and like I said, with Roman, it's just a pat in the head, like good job.
Maybe Roman's that weird character that doesn't know how to show love. I mean, like, we didn't really mention it, but Jay Uso made the last entrance tonight. So
Again,
we can, yeah, so we can dive through whatever avenues and say, oh, that was WWE's call, Triple H's call. Or if I'm thinking a story, maybe Roman just said, yo, you are the man, bro. You can't come out last, bro.
because
You have been holding it down.
Jay told him it's different now. I won gold on my own. The way I see it, you and I are now equals.
Yeah, I mean, cause it's like I want to play devil's advocate for a second for Roman's character. Like, what if he's so hell bent on success that he's got so much tunnel vision that he doesn't really know how to be affectionate in this land of competitiveness. Like, he doesn't know how to stop and enjoy the moment with his family for a second and give them their flowers.
Yeah,
He's just
and because from his vision, he had a family in the Shield. Seth broke that up. He did his own thing for a minute. He finally clicks up with his family, and Cody was told to his face that last year's Mania that they're going to turn on him. The way he sees it, Sammy broke them up the first time around, and Jay turned his back on family.
mm-hmm.
So many layers to this. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, because I think that's something that's it's happened twice now. Jay has come out last, and Roman doesn't seem not one bit bothered by it.
Well, the first time when they were at Crown Jewel when they did it, he could tell he was annoyed by how much adoration he was getting from the Yeats, and they didn't show his face this time around, but I'm sure the sentiment might have been the same. Like, I am the tribal chief. How dare they like him as much as me?
Well, I can see that because at this point of that in Crown Jewel, if I'm not mistaken, Roman didn't really fully embrace Jay yet. Like, that was that weird area where we was getting the pre-tape SmackDown and all of that. But then remember when Sammy got introduced, that's when he tells Roman, "You didn't really. I want you to apologize to Jay."
And we never got the apology.
Right. So I feel like Roman doesn't know how to do that, but he might show other gestures, or it could like simply be management. Like there's like you said, so many layers to the story that we don't know.
But again, one could point it on, like you said, Roman's still bitter about everything. Another part could be Roman is just now learning how to
Again,
let things go.
in tonight's matchup, what I seen when they hit the last of the moves, the super kicks happened. Then Jay and Jimmy looked over at Sammy. That's them making a play. Sammy, you up next. Sammy looked at Roman like, I'm good. Roman like, come on.
You good?
You good, like, you know what I'm saying? So I think that right there, what Roman, like, that's his demeanor. Like, that's how he shows love. Like, they want him to hug it out and be very, like, I don't think, I get the apology part. He does, he needs to apologize for his, like, you know what I'm saying, being a dickhead and an asshole.
But more than
But,
anything, I think everyone just wants to know: are you saying this just to get back on top, or do you actually mean it?
and part of me
That's
thinks,
what's still up in the air with
I,
everything.
yeah, I think, remember I said this a few weeks ago. I think Tribal Chief, he was such a bad guy and he needed to do what had to do to get on top. I think so much of that is still in him and it's hard to,
Very much so,
yeah, it's hard to let go of that.
because in his
So,
mind, when he was in that mode, he was the man on top. He had the gold, and then not long his family had the gold. So in his mind, that's the only formula that works. They're all trying to tell him, no, there's more than ways for us to get back to the top.
and then once those formula, like you said, once those other ways don't really pan out, or if they do pan out but not as like he might have to go down that route again, where it's like he's the shot caller. Maybe not so much of an asshole with it, but it's kind of like I look at Roman Reigns a little bit like LeBron James. Why do I say that? Wherever he goes, whatever team, he's trying to give the keys to somebody else. But he still got to make the plays. He still got to make the call. Like, it's still on him for now.
I'm gonna keep my comments to myself on that topic.
I mean, Roman's not perfect in WrestleMania, so neither is LeBron in the finals. And I think, wherever Roman goes, if he tries things a certain way, it's like, all right, nah, this ain't working. I'm gonna have to do it my way. Especially like you said, it's that formula. What got us on top for 3 years, 2.5, 3 years. Now it's maybe not the formula for the Usos, but they broke the record as champions too, if I'm not mistaken, right?
uh, well,
For
if Jay
the
never won
days
the
held.
if Jay never won the straps with Cody, then and he won it with Jimmy instead, they would have most total reigns on top of the longest reign.
Mm. So, I mean, like, and as a unit, they want like it's so much. But yeah, I was kind of surprised that we didn't get no surprises tonight. I was surprised we didn't get no surprises. Imagine, but yeah, I was surprised about that. We didn't get no interference, outside interference from Seth, from no final boss at the end. No, I didn't expect a Brock Lesnar, but no family members. Hell, I even don't even feel like, other than the CM Punk and Roman stuff, I feel like we don't even really. This is the first time we haven't really got a notion as to what might happen with the the actual bloodline story going forward. Excuse me.
Well, Cole kind of touched on it because when he said that Soul has possession of the Ulafala, which tells us this story isn't even over yet. So it's going to
Yep.
continue a little bit longer. Um, on that note,
And it
do we
makes them one and one, but this time each had new help. Like,
see The Rock pull up on Friday? With the same topic of to Solo that was said to from Roman and so on and so forth, and which losses have consequences.
what's the next Saturday night main event? That's the last PLE
That's it for the
or
main roster.
last
That's
it's a lot of events.
it's being
Premium
called
event.
a television
A
network
network
special,
special. Okay. So
but
the last network
that
special.
that's basically it.
Then what do we have? January?
Nothing in
Nothing.
January.
And February we
Rumble,
have the Rumble.
and apparently all the Rock's current movies are being filmed. So the boss got time now.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap yourselves in. Don't just use one of those car seat belts. Don't just over the shoulder. You
You
need
can need
to,
one over this
yeah,
shoulder, the full
over the
body
one.
one, the waist one, that little
Yeah,
crash bar you get in the roller coasters,
yeah.
and the helmet.
We're gonna need the full body equipment because it is right now November 30th, and it'll soon be December. So
I was saying less than half an hour is the first of the
yeah,
month for
it'll
you.
soon be December 1st. Chat. Oh my. How have we gotten here so fast? So clean? Might have had a few hiccups here and there, little bumps and little speed bumps. But that comes with the game. Like, you gotta charge it to the game.
And remember, and also come January, we are on the countdown to the last time is now. As if we didn't have enough on our plates already come Mania season.
I'm not gonna lie, every time you mention that, I kind of feel a little regretful that when I was at the last SmackDown, I didn't buy the John Cena shirt. I'm
I
gonna have to
mean,
get it online, but I know. I'm gonna have to get it online.
I'm sure he's going to do at least hopefully more than one show in New York City.
The only, the good thing, I would like to see him on the tour, but I got to see him at one of those live events in that one of the old Raws, so you know what I'm saying. I won't be
But
missing too much. But man, Cena, man,
remember, folks, it's 40 dates.
mm,
That's it. You have to assume all the PLEs, so that's 12. Do the math, folks.
I know. I might be jumping too late into it. Does he end with the War Games
It'd be the end of the year. It's possible.
to just help some team that whatever team is in need at that moment in time, his
It's
last
possible.
hurrah? That would be something because I feel like
Could
I
you
think.
could you imagine this plausible lineup? Cena, Randy, Punk, Cody. Insert anybody at number 5.
Mm.
I
It's
doubt that's what's going to happen, but could you fathom if that's what's going to
nah.
happen?
I'm not gonna lie. You kind of cook it because it could be like an era versus era match. Like this is like
The,
you said that era we
the
have
past versus
seen.
the future.
Yeah, that's it. And I'd like to paint it a little bit more politely than the past, but we'll fuck it though. It is what it is, right?
Hey, that 25 years in the game.
Man, but you
From
wanna.
ruthless aggression to
Mm-hmm.
hands down, in many people's cases, a Mount Rushmore talent.
Man, undeniable. Like I can't wait for that scene to run because just him on it's kind of like when you add The Rock on television. I don't care what people think. Some people could be mad. Oh, he's a part time, whatever, whatever.
And then Cena
They
said
make
after
it
these
lit.
40 dates, he's done for good. I mean, he may see him at a certain, maybe in a crowd here and there, but as far as in ring stuff, whatever, this is going to be it.
Mm. How old is Cena? 40?
He's in his
Was he?
mid 40s.
Okay. Do you think we see down the road, like when he's done, or like a potential comeback like The Rock did down the line? If
No, he's been adamant in interviews that after these 40 dates, that's it.
mm,
Because also he'll be 48 next year. But with him,
48,
yeah, so he's touching his interviews to where like he's seen folks go through the X amount of retirements and they never were the same as they were before, and he doesn't want to do that to himself and to go down that road. So like he can walk away, he's still happy, he'll happily be an ambassador for them, like how Titus is. But as far as the in ring stuff, like this is him getting the fix out of his system, and us being fans, we're gonna be selfish that it's only 40 dates.
would you? Oh, what's this? Brawl going on?
Huh?
Damian Priest was getting it rocking with Finn Balor in the parking lot. I told you something was gonna happen.
But it didn't make the air.
Yup.
Well, I'll get into that in a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But I'm sorry, what were we just on?
No, I was
Explain.
just saying, like, with us being fans, like, it's bittersweet, and we're gonna be extremely selfish that it's only gonna be 40 dates.
Yeah. Would you be mad if they threw like Goldberg versus Cena out there, like for Goldberg's last match?
I don't think that's gonna be likely because, again, like, we're not gonna want to see Cena lose, especially to Goldberg.
43, I see you out there. Appreciate you.
Um, that's the thing for with Goldberg, like, uh,
I feel like okay, we seen him beat Dolph Ziggler and that did nothing. Like I've
there's
heard
not a lot of folks that can work his style.
right.
Hate to say it, a lot of the folks that could work his style are in AEW, unless you want
He,
to go borrow PCO from TNA.
his style is squash style. Like I've never really seen him put on a whole match that really didn't involve.
So you want a
either
flash knockout. Like I said, Samoa Joe would be perfect. Wardlow would be perfect. Hell, even Buddy Murphy be perfect. Brody King. Like there's certain folks are able to work with the style that Goldberg has. That's very rare. Braun Breaker could work it, but I don't think folks would want to see Braun Breaker do the honors to Goldberg. I mean, he probably won't think nothing of it, but it's one of those things where I can see how that a matchup like that would rub fans the wrong way.
but yeah, so let's get into the first match of the night though. Women's War Games. Rhea Ripley, man. Her face mask.
I don't care. I need that mask
I hope they make that. I hope they make
with
that.
the horns.
That was so sick. And you know what was the perfect part about it? That so before like we get into who went into the ring and all of this, my wifey was like, "Yo, is she gonna fight with that on?" And I'm like, "Man, that'd be so dope because there's no disqualification. So like all of that on the mask, like the armor of it, whatever it is that could damage somebody else." I'm like, "Yeah, nah, that's clutch right there."
I mean, we haven't seen this since Taker and the Phantom of the Opera mask, unless there was a recent one. Oh, we
I
had
mean,
Cody in the hard mask.
yeah, but he had the black one. She had the black one on SmackDown. I thought it was dope how she kind of like had the clear one, bring the black one, and now she surprised us with this design right here. Like that was, woo! I never seen nobody really finesse a face mask like that. Like that's tough. But we start off the match with Nia Jackson Bailey. Not
But
gonna
real quick,
lie,
before we get into the start of the match, have you noticed something different with Bianca as of late?
she's dark to me. Like I don't know, I don't know what you looking at, but for me, the last few weeks she's been wearing darker lipstick. Her gear has been a little darker. Today she came out with this fan inspired gear I'm hearing, but
It was made from community creations from W2K24 by a fan.
that's really dope. Shout out to
Yeah.
Bianca WWE. Shout out to I wish they would have maybe put the username in there.
Oh,
Maybe
they
next
they they
time.
they, they, they shouted him out too.
Okay, so yeah, I didn't hear that. So pardon me. So maybe
But
I should work on my hearing skills. But yeah, if they gave him a
but
shout out, then yeah.
but what I was getting at is these last few weeks, even the week where Jade got attacked, there's a certain line in Bianca's song that she's been like just lip syncing as she walks down the ramp, and that's the line, "I never needed you at all." She's been caught on camera saying that, and she kind of did it under her lips tonight. She did it on SmackDown, but her saying that line, could she be the one that took out Jade?
I mean, a lot of people feel like it's. I've seen some people on Twitter and they feel like it's silly. Oh, why would Bianca do that? And it's quite simple. Like this is where you could blur the lines of reality and story, and she can mention how management paired her with Jade. She didn't really. She had
She didn't want to do it.
aspirations. Yeah, she had aspirations of the heavyweight championship, but she had to be the company woman. You know what I'm saying? The company guy, so to
And
speak,
now
whatever you
she
want to
wants
call it.
hers.
Yeah, and she's tired of giving up her spotlight for Jade. Because in reality, sometimes when they're both paired, everybody knows what Bianca could do. Everybody's wowed by Jade and how she looks, the appearance, the entrance, her new moves. You know what I'm saying? So I think a little bit more of the attention be on Jade, not because she's better, but because it's the intrigue factor. Fans want to see more. They want to see how far she's progressed. And Bianca could be very well tired of that. It's my time again. It's my time. I never needed you at all.
Again. So that,
Yeah.
that 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 could be a possibility, but I thought that was very interesting that a lot of folks have been noticing about her demeanor coming out to the ring as of late.
I think if it wasn't her, I mean Charlotte, and if Charlotte had like somebody that she's probably like got an eye on that could be teamed up with her well, maybe, then they can go for the tag team championships. Like Maybe she'll plug somebody from NXT or somebody we haven't seen. I don't know who that can be,
Who we
but
talking, Bianca or Jade?
I'm talking about for like Charlotte. Like if it ain't Bianca that attacked Jade, I would like to see maybe Charlotte come back and get inserted into a program with them.
Because
But it,
I think when they split, all any of those names will have no path down the women's tag team division. And I'm gonna say it right now, it wouldn't hurt for them to can those belts because they've been cursed since they brought them out the very first time.
thank you.
I'm
And
not saying I'm not saying that they should be beaten, but again, it's just one of those things where they've been plagued since day one. Let's be honest, WWE has historically struggled with tag team divisions out always. So it's either you make those belts more active or just can them. Again, there's nothing wrong with canning them.
why can't we
You
have?
you have plenty of women on all three brands that could contest against the North American, U.S., IC, and women's championship from all three brands. You still
Why
got
can't we have a Dusty style tag team classic on the main roster? Or
again.
why can't they have
That's
their
not.
own Dusty?
But again, a female does classic against the problems. What do you do after that?
I mean, it's just something for the tag. If they want to see if there's anything to do with a tag team, other than like because that could be done once a year. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be like you said. We got these belts and it's plagued with injuries, unfortunately. But I mean, I don't know. Those belts been in a weird spot for a long time. I think this is the best they've gotten. This is the best spotlight aside from when Sasha and Naomi,
Yeah.
Sasha and Bailey had them. But
But even then, like ever since the
Ronda,
belt except inception, like almost every tandem that has won, that tandem has been plagued with one quasi major injury, whether it be kayfabe or be legitimate. It's just maybe they're not ready for the tag belts. Let's focus on having them all in singles divisions for now, because aside from Pure Fusion Collective or Fatal Influence or Damage Control, what other teams you got? Maybe Judgment Day, maybe Tiffany and Naya. Because I'm
yeah.
sure Julie and Stephanie they would like to be more involved in singles competition than being tag teams, much like Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez.
It's just it's kind of weird. Like the female tag team, they get stories, but the stories to me aren't really anything more than kind of like somebody stirring the pot to get a championship opportunity.
Yeah, and much like with men's belts, that only lasts so long before folks get a little bored of it.
Yeah, because it's kind of been the same cycle since we've seen Jade and Bianca with the championships. It's kind of like, all right, they run through the division. How do we get the belts off them? Triple threat tag team match.
Screwy finish, new champions,
And then Unholy Union had a somewhat decent run defending
and
the
then
tag team belts, but then they get it
whatever
right back.
reason that ended up being what it was.
Because unfortunately, with no story, like you just said, the good matches thing is only gonna go but so far, at least with Jade and Bianca, we, us as fans, I think the want for we're creating the story for them. To be honest, like I think the whole reason behind why we even seeing them paired on TV. I mean, WWE might have organically put them together at some point, but I think a lot of talk as soon as Jade got signed was they want to see Jade versus Bianca. Jade
they
versus
want they
Charlotte.
Jade Rhea, Jade Io. They want to see Jade against. They want to see how one of AEW's top women at the time fared against WWE's top women, whether it be NXT, Raw, or SmackDown.
Yep. So I feel with that, that's how we're getting here, which there's more story behind them. with the tag belts. Like there's more. Again, I'm gonna use the word intrigue to the situation. More eyes on it. That's the way. Like Unholy Union, yeah, they're a great tag team, but what's really the story?
Well, I mean,
Fighting
once
champions.
once
That's
they
it.
dropped the triple threat at that triple threat match, you could have easily have stumbled right into getting Jade up against the women of this WWE. Why
They
we're still waiting on that is a massive head scratch.
they flirted with Blair Davenport aligning with them and kind of like abandoned that.
Wasn't wasn't Jade's first interaction after the draft was a stare down with her and Charlotte?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So I
again,
mean,
we'll see what happens with that. But
but
back to
yeah,
this
back to,
very
yeah.
interesting War Games match. Like you said, we had Nia Jax and Bailey start the match. Bailey was the obvious choice to start, but I didn't think Nia was going to go until later. I thought what we would have saw with that would have been similar to what we saw with Punk and Roman. Like, can they coexist? We didn't really. That really wasn't the case in this match.
And this is where I'm gonna unwelcome my thoughts. Nia Jax has always been one of my favorites. I'm about to put her up there with Charlotte as like Charlotte's the GOAT to me, and Nia Jax just because of her longevity and
Respectfully,
becoming
yeah, I can see her up there.
and
I can see
yeah,
that.
it's the longevity and becoming better at the later end of your career. It's just it's almost mind blowing. Like you don't see that with a lot of people in any sports and wrestling, and she looked like she got a lot left in the tank for her. Like I know she's up there in age, and
I
I
did not think she was this old.
yeah, what 38, right?
She's 40.
40, yeah.
I would have guessed maybe early 30s. I was way off. But yeah, I mean, hands down, probably this year's or the last year's most improved.
Man,
Now, this match particularly wasn't a good way to exhibit her because of her ability to maneuver around with the said furniture. The chair shots look a
who the
little.
hell introduced the toilet seat into the match? I'm still trying to wonder and figure out who slid the toilet seat in the
Uh,
damn match.
I want to say it was Naomi.
Somebody slid that motherfucker nice and quick and tucked it real nice. Like I can't. Somebody
I
can help
want to say it
me.
was Naomi because Naomi brought in the fire extinguisher too. It was right. It was around time the fire extinguisher came into play. Got put in the cage.
Now I'm not mad at the damn toilet. I just want to know who the hell put it there,
I
cause
want to say
that
it
was
was
the
Naomi.
funniest shit.
I want to say it was the birthday girl.
I think that was the
It might.
most
It could have been EO too.
creative.
I don't know. Cause EO was doing a lot outside that ring.
Nah, for real. Like cause that's a creative way to use. Like I don't know what they did. Walked into Home Depot and said, yeah, "All right, we're gonna fuck it. Let's use this today." You know, like
But
what they
was
did.
probably saw the receipt. What the fuck did they buy? And Paul Heyman probably saw pull the Family Guy. Don't worry, it'll be funny.
We get Candice LeRae coming. I'm gonna speed through because I don't remember all. You could stop me anytime to just like we do. But we get Candice LeRae coming in. We got Naomi. Like you said, I thought this was a bit weird when the females almost Naomi bought the toilet seat, snuck it in there. Thank you, B3.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bray, man. My guy. Woo-hoo! We got a winner. You did call it though, right? You said it was Naomi. But I thought it was a bit weird how like I don't know if they really forgot or if things got moved around during setup, but they were looking for certain items, got a few items, and then kind of like looking around and then kind of just like, you know what, I'm gonna go in the ring.
And like I talked about with the men too, because some of the men did too. It's like, how are you gonna? I get it. You're gonna be there for a while. How are you gonna forget where you put shit?
I mean, I feel like I don't want to speed too far ahead, but I'm gonna just say it. Raquel did some weird thing too, where she bring. I understand the table spot. She pump faked the crowd want tables. They're gonna cheer and just throw it down. But then after she did that, she lifted the apron again, went around. Look, and then just went in the ring with nothing.
Yeah, like I said, remember where you hide your shit.
The introduction of so many garbage cans, I guess it's kind of like to throw us off because we seen what EO did with her garbage cans, but I guess she had her own.
EO should be the only one allowed to use a garbage can. We touched on earlier with the men's. Like everyone has a signature weapon or whatever. EO Sky is the only person, man or woman, to allowed to be used a goddamn garbage can.
No, that has become her signature. And yeah, I thought it was weird to just include so many. And I didn't really feel like I seen the other garbage cans that got that got introduced. I didn't see them being used like that. So
The lid, yes, I think, and the
the lid,
actual
yeah,
garbage can, I think someone maybe took a suplex onto it. It was in
like
and out.
Brie, yeah. So I mean, so yeah, Io Scotto, she brings in again. I'll speed it through who came in, and I'm at the point where we got Io Scott coming in with her colorful trash can, I, and man, listen, I thought she was gonna take a suplex off the cage. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, and Candace had her dangling.
Yeah, and this is also the moment where I said it was funny where Solo locked the cage because this is the first match of the night, and Io Scott, it's her choice to get in the ring was climbing up the cage.
While holding the garbage or while having the garbage can like strapped onto her like a harness.
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, Io is electric, of course. I'm not gonna
But
lie, she's one of my favorites too.
I think her slightly missing that sunset bomb probably saved Candace a hospital trip.
Yeah, that spot was a little bit weird to me. I was trying to figure
But
out
that was probably best case scenario from a shitty situation because that could have went south for both of them real quick.
yeah, that it could have been bad because that would have been a big fall, big bump she had to take right there, Candace. And it didn't look like Io was going down with some momentum right there. It
Yeah, that's what I'm
wasn't,
saying. Like that
yeah,
shit could have went bad.
yeah, it wasn't like she was going down the smoothest either. So that spot was, I was a little cautious for them right there. I was a little worried, like, whoa, what's about to happen here? But that's what made this match fun right here. Again, I want to apologize. I felt like I counted this match out going into the weekend. I know I said there shouldn't be just two matches like this just cause, but they really showed out with this one. And I guess I'm gonna stand on what I say. There shouldn't be like I could have did well with just this match to be honest, and maybe not the blood, but either or one or two, I'm fine with it. Now, what I am gonna say is though, I'm also standing on what I've been saying. The participants got to make sense.
Uh huh.
You know what I'm saying?
And Candace was. I mean,
Goldie.
yeah, I guess she's had a few uh War Games matches in the past, but yeah, her inclusion of this was a little interesting. And I mean, she did fine. It's just that one spot was. Eh.
Appreciate you, Goldie. Yeah, like I mean, it was a few things that were weird during the night, like, but I think it was because I don't know how quick or how much time they had to plan these actual matches, but again in the men's, it felt like okay, there were a few spots that were like almost what do we do. In the women's matches, it was a few spots almost like you know people kind of rushing. I know I remember seeing EO Sky. She was about to attack. I forgot who it was, but she had the chair, and she was about to come in, and then she kind of just like fell back, and then you even hear Corey Graves mention it, like,
Yeah,
"Oh, I,
it looked like she slipped on some shit when she was trying to crawl from under the ropes.
yeah." So it was a lot. I mean, but there's a lot of things in the ring. There's a lot of, what I'm saying, weapons. There's
And
sweat,
again,
like,
you slip off some sweat and you like bounce your
yeah,
face off that steel plating. That might ring a bell a little bit.
yeah. I thought, you know, to me, how you felt about Raquel Rodriguez, like, you know, in the match, like, I feel like she hasn't been under a lot of criticism, but people got like they feelings towards how she's been incorporated into the storylines
I'm just
and
not a
stuff
fan
like
of
that.
her inclusion with the Judgment Day because I feel it's unnecessary. She should easily be on her own, doing whatever the hell, and yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like I thought it was weird because to me, like knowing what we know watching wrestling for so many years, that means like there's either somebody missed the spot or she was about to rush through the spot. Like it's just something that, she had to fall back and she
Well,
realized that pretty
it
quick.
could be
Like
something as simple as losing your footing.
nah, I really don't even think it was that, to be honest. I think she was gonna go on attack and like Corey Graves said, she had something in mind and just chose not to attack because he had pointed it out. He said that.
Because she fell back a little awkwardly. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe she could like lost her footing, whatever. I don't. Who knows?
Yeah, I think like to me from my perspective, I just thought she had like went to attack and then tried to like play dead after that, like play hurt. So sell after she was just about to get up on attack. But we can go back and watch it. But like,
Yeah.
yeah, it was a few things. Rhea Ripley though, man, as soon as she got into the match, it was over. Like she's tearing house. She's going in. She that
I was
spot with
laughing.
the
I was laughing
table,
at that line by Cole. Here comes mommy.
man, and it's true because the whole complexion has changed. Like she goes in, she hits Raquel kind of like with the table where she like props it up.
I thought Raquel got the Joey Mercury treatment right there when I saw that.
Yeah, I thought that was I thought
I'm
she really
like,
got rocked.
I saw that. I'm like, okay, her lips busted, her nose is broken. She got a man surrounded like missing an eyelid or so her face should be fucked after that. I was surprised there was not a scratch right there. Oh no, she had a leaky nose after the show, but still, like, I expected a lot worse than that.
Man. And then like, we get the real like at this point we got all the powerhouses in the ring. We just waiting on Liv to come into the match.
But that one visual when everyone's laid out,
Oof.
Liv's cage opens up. She's scared shitless.
I'm not gonna lie to you,
Like,
and
a
it was
part of me
funny.
thought Rhea was gonna bust out the cage and chase her down the ramp, or whatever.
Nah, I mean, like, it was funny because I'm thinking, she's gonna get some backup. Like, maybe she's gonna go back and get Dom or something. She comes out with her bat, custom made, bedazzled, Liv Morgan style.
And they said it was the same bet that broke her face.
Mm, mm. Liv is a little scoundrel, man.
But she was swinging that bat like no one's business. All of them were basically.
Oh yeah, she was ready to. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know what that bat was made out of, but
Either
she
wood or
was.
aluminum.
Yeah, she was leveling real with them things. I'm not gonna lie, like that first
Especially in the
one,
stomach too.
yeah, oof, man. I know them things gotta leave a mark. But oh man, even Rhea Ripley when she took the mask off, I had a feeling,
That was badass.
ooh. And then having the war makeup on, like the war paint on after, like underneath that, it was just like, oh yeah, nah, she's lit, she's going in. And it was a lot to get to that point though, because before we get to that moment, it's like we got them beating up Rhea Ripley. We see Liv Morgan pull out the handcuffs. You
And
know
then
what
we
I'm saying?
see Io Sky grab the extinguisher that had been laying there for the last half an hour, aiming at the whole chamber, aiming
And
at
the
everybody that's breathing on her.
ah, but what happens while Io Sky is doing all of this? We start to see the smoke clear. The first thing I notice, I see the smoke clear. I see Rhea Ripley smiling.
I saw that. I'm like, the fuck she's smiling at? She just got her ass whooped. And then I see Raquel doing one of these, like,
Yup, I see. That's
gotcha,
exact.
bitch.
Man, yo, that was so beautiful how they like pulled that off right there. Cause At that moment, I really could, or like maybe if I looked hard enough, I could see whatever happening. But just a distraction of EO Sky coming through with the fire extinguisher. You know what I'm
And this
saying?
this would have been a perfect spot if Kyrie Sane was in the match, or even Asuka. Even I don't know if she done it or not, but just to come out with the mist. I know we saw later
Ooh.
on, but it's like if have that on Raquel whatever as an extra like middle finger to her, that would have made it that much funnier.
Mm-hmm. You saw Bailey grabbing
Oh yeah,
Bianca here. Yeah. The funnier one to me was when Nia Jax grabbed Bailey here. I mean, Bianca's here and hit her with it. I
uh
say,
huh,
you see how it feels,
yeah, it hurts, doesn't it?
man. I thought Bianca, like just a little sidebar. I thought her hair was cool today too. I don't know how
And she
many.
had two braids in this time.
Yeah, that's she never done that. I don't think she has.
These are just the
Dope.
one,
Yeah, dope. She had the two joints, which in this type of match is kind of smart because she could use two instead of one.
and she ain't wrapped her chain around it yet.
Man, but yeah, I think this whole match was fire. The right people came out on top. The right things
We're missing one
happened.
big spot that happened when EO jumped with the garbage can lid
Oh
on
yeah, I
the
thought we
other
got.
side of the
Yeah, I thought we
cage.
got to that. Yeah, I thought we got to that. Yeah.
On
Oof.
the other side of the cage,
Not gonna
our
lie,
girl
like
Miss Money in the
man.
Bank hits one of the most beautiful swanton bombs I've ever seen.
Mm. Dog, from between that and the EO spot off the cage, those high spots right there, those yeah, picture
They
perfect
were back to
Swanton
back.
says B3. Yup. Those two spots right there, man. I think those are the spots of the night. Then you got the men's two, those two with Jay and I mean Jimmy and Bronson. Man, you can't ask for nothing more right there in those two matches right there with those spots. EO Sky, she's just fearless too to really do a moonsault with that shit off of her. It's tough.
Uh huh.
But my biggest question to you is what's your thoughts on what could have happened tonight? We get the
Well,
moment. Yeah,
before we got the little spot with the fire extinguisher, we almost got a cash in. We
man.
were this close. When Tiffy went to that trash can, I don't remember anyone pick up a trash can with shit in there.
Right.
And to see her pull out the money in the bank briefcase is like, oh, you get sneaky there. And we'll never know who she was going to cash in on. But if further sets the table for both of them.
Mm.
But could you? And you talked about this a couple weeks ago. Like, will we see a cash in during the War Games match? And if so, which stipulation takes precedence?
That yeah, that I think you think they missed the ball with that, or does it leave you
I
desire for
think that
more?
I think that was a necessary tease only to level out the momentum they were doing. Like that little pause, take a deep breath. Let's get our bearings back. We're about to kick it into high gear real quick right now as we go home.
Yeah,
But
cause
that because that got the crowd going.
I'm not gonna lie. If you want to talk about shock of the night, impact, man, that could
But
have been something right
I'm
there.
generally curious as to like which stipulation would have taken precedence in that match.
Mm. Yo, and I'm watching it right now. Those spots happen at the same exact time. EO and Tiffany jumping off. One wiping out the heels, one wiping out the faces. Tough.
But yeah, like I said, the right people won. Also, that what total we call what's Rhea's finisher's name?
What the riptide
Yeah,
off
off the
the.
top rope
Also, too, just a
through the
sidebar.
table.
I think it was dope to see Bailey and EO kind of have this moment.
Yeah, that because again, another parent that have history together.
And what could be, I mean, like, I don't know how everybody else has been feeling. I felt like Bailey could use something else to her story or like her character. And if not, I mean, why not put her back with the group she started and they all on like they on
Because they kicked
babyface
her
time.
out.
Yeah, but it's a new time. It's a new time. And was it really that they kicked her out, or was it really that
They jumped her out the damn faction.
no? But was it really that they saw the line in the sand? Bailey won the. She was going. She was coming for that shit. She was going to win the Royal Rumble, and all of that shit.
I'm not too sold on that right now.
Cause you see the reason I never understood too why like David kicked her out to begin with when again this could be Io Sky's time to be like, I messed up with you. Like you the one that helped me get the championship. Cause Bailey did. She's kind of it was the fans responsible. I know that. Like the fans helped EO get that look and she won that. But like damn her being part of damage control was that's Bailey right there.
I think we'd have to get her versus Asuka one more time before we go down that path. Because didn't they swap her out for Asuka or something like that?
Nah.
Or Asuka was already there?
Yeah. That's why I thought they was wild dominant
But
at
then
one point.
again, Dakota Kai was acting as their translator too because she spoke Japanese.
But not too shortly after they bring in Oscar, I felt like kind of like what you said. It was she can be replaced now. Like we could kick out
You ain't kicking out
Bailey.
Dakota Kai.
Nah, we could kick out Bailey. That's how they looked at it. Like we could kick out Bailey. Dakota's they girl, but I think like right now Io Sky, she's been like, I'm not gonna lie, babyface Io Sky. I've seen that on NXT, but it wasn't on this level. Like she's cooking right now. The outfit is bright and vibrant. Her smiling at like when she did the spot with Tiffany where they both did the cartwheels past each other,
And she
like
just feeling herself.
showing charisma is oozing out of her right now. And it always has been, whether she's babyface or not. But like, it's kind of more
I think it's because
enjoyable
they're
to
letting her
watch.
be more herself that much more frequently. We're getting a chance to appreciate what she can actually do bell to bell because we all know she's talented, but she's in a certain rhythm right now that we probably haven't seen since NXT.
I mean, she was just crashing out just like a month or two ago. Oh,
Yeah,
damage control got to change. There's got to be change,
and
and
again, wise man once says, winning fixes a lot of problems.
they've definitely been on that right track. Like, I don't think damage control is a group that you need to break up, in my opinion. Okay, yeah, they went through the kicking Bailey out thing, but I think there's room for what's the word, reconciliation right there. Like
Mm-hmm.
they can patch things up. You know what I'm saying? They could definitely. But now again, we might in this land. We also got to remember we in the WWE. We in the land of competitiveness. There's some phase that might have to be run before we can just make up. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody
Exactly.
might be cool.
So I'm saying Bailey might have to run it with either Asuka, Dakota, or maybe Kyrie, or maybe all of them. Uh, Bianca is ultimately got to run a fade with not only Jade but Naomi.
See, this is my weird thing about where I got damage control lined up in my eyes. We got EO Sky kind of like on babyface timing, but
Okay.
Kyrie Sane, she's kind of like
Still
hasn't
in her.
been on. Yep,
Yep, I know where you're going with this.
yep. So it's kind of like the other members aren't on the same time as EO Sky. Is that problematic?
Like I said, as far as with Bailey and damage control, like nothing. We can't really put anything in up in the air unless Oscar's back, and then we have all parties involved for whatever's going to happen with all of them.
And who is EO Sky jumping on at the end of the match?
Oh, you mean when she smothered Rhea's face in with her tits?
Okay, yep. So, yep. She. All right. I was trying to figure out if it was her or Bianca. So she was really friendly with Rhea. So that's what I'm saying. Like, is this a one time, like we just having her baby face for this purpose, or going forward? I think going forward, I think that's the look for her though. To be honest, like
Yeah, because she's too popular, much like Rhea. But it's like, but again, with like I told you off air, a lot of people have deemed,
whoa,
like I said,
whoa.
should a cash in take place, which stipulation takes priority, which ruling takes precedence. We could have had a lot of questions answered today, but I guess we gotta wait till next year.
Right, because that could have man, it could have turned into every woman for themselves, and whatever wins, and that would have been
And we
crazy.
get to see Graves and Cole just freak the fuck out. Like, I don't know what to do. You've been here forever. You should know what to do. Oh, what could
Wow.
have been. But back with Io real quick. Yeah, like she's just too popular, too well liked. She's too smooth in the ring. Um, all seriousness, her English has gotten a lot better, so she's getting more confidence there. So that usually that's a telltale sign that the suits are going to put more faith in her moving forward. So yeah, like there's no point in her making her a heel. She's making everybody and herself too much money.
And character wise, too, though, I like this. Like again, it's easy on the eyes to see her as a baby face because she is competitive. She's not just a baby face that's gonna go in there and let you walk over them, and it's gonna be a job match. Like she's a such tough competitor. So
She's just as physical as Rhea, Jade, Bianca, Charlotte. She's just as smooth in the ring as maybe like a Kyrie Sane, or any person that you want to label a high flyer. Charisma wise, I'd put her up there with Becky.
nah, it's crazy because for somebody that doesn't speak that much English and stuff, her facial expressions say it all. Body language. I mean, it's pretty much like Oscar out there, like just having like another Oscar, but Oscar was always kind of like they different too, because she got the face paint and
Mhm.
that whole aura to her, like. But man, that match was special. Again, I give it way more credit than what I thought was gonna go in there. In terms of story, I really don't know. I mean, I guess like
I mean,
they didn't.
unfortunately, with this, the story in this is Rhea chasing Liv.
Yeah. And then a missed
That's it.
opportunity with Tiffy's cashing ruined by Raquel.
Let's be honest. If the cash in were to be official, I'm gonna call around that probably in the audience's eyes of it that would have topped anything the Bloodline would have done in the main event easily, and that
Yeah.
says a lot for how popular Tiffany has become over the last few months.
And then especially like if you didn't have the OG bloodline win tonight and we don't get no surprises or anything, and the match went just as is, I think people would have really been
Oh, they'd have been shitting all over the show.
yeah, the only like good spots that really was the Bronson and the Jimmy off of the kick. Everything else was fire wise, but like it wasn't like mind blowing shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
There wouldn't have been enough moments for the show.
Right. But I say this though, I knew one of the War Games matches had to start off the show, and my suspicion, they give me they WWE Triple H, like you said, Razor earlier, he's keeping us on our toes because in Georgia, Cody and Roman, they went main event as a tag team against what was it, Solo and
Solo and
Jacob,
Jacob.
and then the final boss shows up. Then we've seen other PLEs where the bloodline will go first and nothing really happens. Like they'll get their match done and then they out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So today I was going in with the mindset that like, all right, if they put the bloodline last, they gonna something's gonna happen.
I had a feeling Blow was going to main event, but I was kind of surprised one of the singles matches didn't start the show off. Because
Mm.
honestly, they could start with any match. It would have been just fine in my opinion as far as the formatting. That's just me.
Nah, the one match we not starting off with, I'm not even gonna lie to you, Razor. We not starting off with Damian Priest and Gunther. Cause
Okay,
I
almost every singles
almost
match. At least that
yeah.
way you would have got
Nah, I had to cause no, cause that one we're gonna get to. I want to get to that one. I had to put some notice on that one, but
fair enough.
yeah, that one bothered me a little bit. But everyone else, yeah, we could make that. We could definitely make that argument. Cause all the other matches, you got surprises. You got a lot of shit going on in the other matches. So
Because the match that followed the women's War Games match, if that started the show off, again, they would have been going crazy for the women's War Games match.
man, shot. You would have been shot. You're gonna wonder what's to come for the rest of the night. That would have set a tone. And I mean, since we here, let's talk about it. We talking about Shinsuke versus LA Knight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I'm
such
gonna
a
be honest.
short
This was
notice.
probably LA Knight's best match of his title run, aside from the
That's
triple
crazy.
threat or the Logan Paul match. Yeah, because he's been on a little rocky path lately. This was the most fluid, complete match that he's had.
And look, this is no knock to anybody LA Knight been in the ring with, but Shinsuke just came back, bro, and he shook the room.
Not only with what happened bell to bell, but Homeboy got another theme song. 24 Hours got two songs.
Yeah, let me take a listen to this real quick.
Make sure we don't get pinched again.
Oh yeah, they threw a little more drums in the beginning. I heard that. The violin is different.
So when I first saw this, a
Okay.
part of me thought that someone was coming out. Then they were gonna pan to the new song that they debuted on SmackDown last night, and then shit's gonna come out. I didn't realize
Mm.
that was him with the Bushido mask.
Nah, yeah, that's hard.
And
Yeah.
then you got some people call it a blood moon, some people call it a new moon. That was masterful. Amethyst, I get it.
The ones up. Nah, that song is hard too. Though I'm be honest, I don't know which one I like more. I would have to really. The second one sound a little bit more clean, but it feel like a little bit more try hardish to me. A little bit.
I'm still biased to if it ain't broke from the beginning, don't bother changing it.
Mm.
I mean, even the one where they had the dude rapping Japanese, that one was cool, whatever. But I mean,
'Cause that
I
was one
kind
of his hill
I
songs too, right there.
yeah, but in a way, I kind
Hmm.
of get it because Shinsuke Nakamura is not the king of strong style like it was in Japan. In WWE, it's more of the artist Shinsuke Nakamura. Each time we see him, whether it's for a quick cup of coffee or for a long run, we're seeing a literal different form of Shinsuke.
Hmm.
And it seems like this current one, it seems like it's almost like it's an homage to Keiji Muto, the Great Muta. It's a darker persona about him. This could be his demon, as what Muto had in the Great Muta. One of those type of callbacks. So I'm very curious to see where they go with Shinsuke with this. Hopefully, again, as many times we get a new champion, we always hope that they have a lengthy reign. Um, Honestly, off the bat, I'm looking forward to the run back of Shinsuke and Andrade. That's going to be money. I'm very curious to see Shinsuke versus Mello. That one's gonna be a weird one to me.
Shinsuke versus Melo.
Even Shinsuke versus Tez, like
I'm not gonna lie.
those are gonna be weird ones for me.
I'm glad you kind of brought this up because I was thinking about it. I just didn't want to jump the gun without like run. But since we here, I think it was crazy how LA Knight dropped the title to return to Shinsuke, and LA Knight. Carmelo and Andrade put on this bang of a series, and then both of them lost to LA Knight in that triple threat match. And it's not saying that they're better than Shinsuke. What I'm saying is I'm surprised that in this moment in time, we're gonna do that to LA Knight, to Carmelo, Andrade, and right now the only beneficiary to me is Shinsuke. He's coming out looking
Well,
like, you know,
on the topic of Melo and Andrade, they still got to finish their game 7 before anything else.
hell, I even thought, to be honest, I even thought we was gonna get something with what's this dude name? Humberto Carrillo and LA Knight. It looked like they was gonna put something on. They had that one singles match. Thought they was gonna start cooking up there.
Eh.
Man, nothing.
I'd rather see the non-Mexican from LWO in that spot.
Oh no.
I said
Not
it.
not Joe Quinn over Humberto.
I
Mm.
said it.
Oh wait.
No, but like I said, with respect to Melo and Andrade, they still have to finish their game 7. Whether folks are probably mad at that because it was ruined by LA Knight, but that matchup needs to happen. That series needs to be finished before anything else. Otherwise, they're going to be in that infinite limbo.
I just feel the way that my mind works right now, nobody should be beating Shinsuke Nakamura that has, if you haven't been a world champion, you shouldn't beat Shinsuke Nakamura right now. You have a former world champion that just beat LA Knight. That's how my mind works. Like now we shouldn't move back. Okay, the last two people that have had the belt didn't have the world heavyweight championship. That was their stepping stone. Okay, now we put this shit back on, like somebody that just put a halt on that hype train that was LA Knight. I think right now Shinsuke needs to run wild on that division and really shut it down. Like
So
this,
so what? Have him have the belt past Mania?
who can right now with the way he's on this grim timing? Is I'm willing to do anything. I'm willing to take you out, mist in your eyes. You see how he sidestepped him on SmackDown?
Oh, that was clean. That was clean.
Like he on that timing, like that was fire. Like, oh man, I can't really
Okay,
see
okay,
nobody.
so who's to say? With that being said, now I don't know when this could happen, but this could be a possibility down the road, depending on how quickly they heal. Why not AJ and Shinsuke one more time?
Oof, that's a, and they could do it at Mania again.
Again, I don't know how long AJ is going to be on the shelf, but hopefully
Cause
it's not long.
the
Another
last
one
time they
that
did it, it wasn't for no gold at Mania,
it might have been the U.S. It might have been the U.S. belt as well.
was it?
It might have been. I don't know. Is that when they kicked it in the nuts?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because this was Vince stuff where their story was kicking each other in the nuts. That's all I remember about their program. But another
Goofy
matchup
shit.
that I wouldn't honestly mind seeing is Shinsuke versus Tommaso. Two guys that are the same mentality. If you want to really fully dissect it, I'll kill you before you kill me.
I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but the reason I say what I just said about Shinsuke has to go on this dominance because I'm not gonna understand the transition if somebody just comes and
I get that.
just, yeah, I'm not gonna understand. So you're gonna tell me they could like, I don't know, it wouldn't make sense to me.
I'm just thinking of guys that would put on at minimum worthy programs
Yeah,
because I mean I wouldn't want him to lose to John Cena or Cody. I wouldn't want him to lose to Roman. Even I don't. I doubt they're gonna go for that belt, but just for the sake of conversation, um, you can
I
make
wouldn't
a
be
case
mad at
for
Kevin
Sammy or
Owens.
KO.
Yeah,
Shinsuke versus Tama have history in Japan. So I mean, there'd be stuff for me. It's just one, are you gonna give it the time to breathe? 2, are you actually going to do it justice?
Yeah, and then this Nakamura, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be mad at seeing all of these matchups you mentioning. I just don't want to see any of those guys beat him unless it's maybe like a Kevin Owens or AJ Styles, another person that we can use to elevate this United States Championship, or like we hope maybe Shinsuke rebrands it to the Japanese Heavyweight Championship.
We're going to speak that into existence one way or another.
Yeah, man. Like for some reason, I always wanted the European Championship back to some degree. I know when Taka Michinoku was around, he had the light heavyweight championship,
Mm-hmm.
WWF light heavyweight championship. Like, maybe Shinsuke turns that into the light heavyweight championship. A callback to that, a deep callback. If anybody in the community and you know what I'm saying, off the hip, family and nation, remember that WWF light heavyweight championship probably only around probably like a year, maybe if
Well,
that.
again, there's a rumor we may be getting a hardcore division again. We'll see how that goes come January.
I'm not gonna lie. I think now we can push the envelope because we're in the parameters that we got sponsorships, but as long as things are done the safe and right way, it's kind of like,
You mean no light tubes and pizza cutters?
yep. If you keep when you say hardcore, and it just means really like a no disqualifications match, then and with more use of weapons and like we said, individuals having signature weapons that they bring to these hardcore matches, then yeah, it's dope. Like, I mean, when Bad Bunny and Damian Priest had the brawl in Puerto Rico, Bad Bunny came out with the the
And the
shopping
whole
cart.
shopping cart.
Yeah, like that was very throwback to when like Al Snow maybe used to come out with the shop or whoever would do it. Like,
What does everybody want?
yeah.
What does everybody need?
Where does LA Knight go from here? Do you think he get like a run back at this? Like, do we see another pro? Maybe he gets, maybe he becomes a two-time United States champion.
I've been thinking about this ever since that match ended a couple hours ago, and honestly, I would not be mad in the slightest if he beats Braun for the IC belt.
Oh nah, come on.
Hey, hold on, hold on. Hear me out. Either that or just get the belt off of Braun some way. That because again, if that belt's gonna stay on Netflix and Netflix gonna be a little bit more loose tongued, then I'm thinking in that regard. But then again, like have they confirmed which show is gonna get which television rating?
Or could this be a way to get a new competitor for Cody and start preparing LA Knight to do something with Cody?
Because if not there, then I don't want to say the LNI experiment is over, but there's not a whole lot left for him to do unless you send him back down to NXT or
Nah,
I don't know.
I think he's a main roster guy for sure. I just think that he spoke this meteoric rise into existence. So
But could it have been too little, too late by the time he got a shot? Because another one, not a spring chicken,
yeah.
and much like Goldberg, his style doesn't really gel with anybody's, and I don't think he gels with just anybody.
But this is where my shit is, and this is why I was saying everything I said. Shinsuke's older than him, so we took the title off an old dude to put it on somebody older.
How was LA Knight?
LA Knight like 40, if I'm not mistaken. I know him,
LA
Damian
Knight just
Priest,
turned 42.
42. Look, I'm always off by 2 years. Who's somebody else is 40? Nia Jax was 40. I thought she was
And
38.
Shinsuke will be 45 by the time WrestleMania comes on. But also, again, if you look at folks on quote unquote large markets, Shinsuke's got the name value stateside and internationally. LN9, Eli Drake, whatever, is just North American Indies and TNA.
And
Another
LA
reason why
Knight
I
is
said,
still
and
building.
But another reason why I said NXT, because again, you get his ass back in TNA with what TNA has built. Because when he was in TNA, it was a shithole. If he gets this TNA now, oh buddy, you are helping lead, as Cody likes to call it, a renaissance for total nonstop action wrestling.
I don't know. I just think that like LA Knight right now, what I see from observation, he's just become LA Knight. Yeah, like he's just become the catchphrase. Opposed to when he was on heel time. It's kind of like The Rock when he was a heel. Like the crowd starts saying stuff. No. Don't say my catchphrase. Like don't say it along with me. That's the LA Knight I enjoy. The pandering to
But
the
again,
crowd, it gets a little stale.
but look how many other cats are just as smooth, if not slightly better, on the microphone than him. There's a lot of them.
And they do a better job at pandering to certain things that don't get old. Like I mean, and Seth Rollins is a good example. He could just go out there and wave his arms like this, and
He could just Seth can just
oh,
stand there and they'll sing his goddamn song.
but his
Roman
and
Roman could just stand there and they'll chant OTC. CM Punk will stand there, they'll just chant his name.
but his
Same
in
with
ring
AJ,
work.
same with Cody, much like Moxie and AEW, much like Moose and TNA, much like the Hardys in TNA. Braun Breaker's starting to get that to where he just stands there, they just start barking like dogs. But again, like the AEW topic, like we say, what makes you different than everybody else? If you're doing the same thing that 20 guys are doing, what's the one thing that you do that's different?
And I think when you search for that reaction from the crowd and then you don't get it, sometimes it can hurt you. Like,
Exactly.
and that's the problem. Like, of
So if he's going to be a main roster guy, the way I see it, either he's just going to float around like Truth, which I hope he doesn't because he's too damn good. Truth's too damn good as well, but still. But also, do you dare try the tag team route with him? And if so, who?
no,
That's the problem with him.
I think he rides Dolo.
And again, well, that's fine. But again, it's like,
And then this move set, like he don't need to be doing this springboard shit off the corner with
yeah,
the elbow drop. Like that's
okay, the
unnecessary. He
elbow
wouldn't be
drop,
doing that as a heel.
during the big shows is one thing. Doing it every go around,
It's not
you're
special no more.
killing the vibe. But like I said, like yeah, we know he's talented. Yes, Father Time may not be on his side, but
Yeah, I don't think
we're,
AIDS
we're,
is. I
we're
mean,
running
AIDS is
out of things
half
to
a portion.
try to fit it where it could work.
I just think a part of the problem was he wanted the opportunity. The opportunity's here. You're a champion. Now what?
Or also even before this, folks wanted him to beat Roman Reigns. One, okay, say he beats him, then what? If in hindsight, if this product is what we saw, what we call in the United States title run, if this is what we would have got during the world title run, it would have been that would have been the death note for him.
They would have put that shit on Solo right away.
Or not even that. That for him, that would have he probably would have got future endeavor. It's like there's got to be a spot for him that's a lot better than just here to pop the crowd. But we're running out of things to try him out with.
I'm screaming. They could just show a picture of Roman and I'll go crazy.
That too. Again, you just cue up the drums. Everyone's losing their fucking minds.
Facts. That's what I'm
Now,
saying. LA Knight. I don't know where he goes from here, but kind of like I'm looking at him kind of like maybe different from the Miz. But when I say I look at the Miz, I look at the Miz no more than competing for the Intercontinental Championship, and
but
like you
Miz
said,
has found
tag
ways to
team.
reinvent himself over the years.
Yeah.
LA Knight has been the same as he was in Eli Drake back in NWA. Only difference is the name.
No, I'm just talking about in placement on the card. I think that's what, like, I
Yeah,
can't see him
and
moving
the
up.
placement kind of correlates with how you've adapted over the years. And I'm gonna put this as bluntly as possible. This may piss some people off. I don't fucking care. He's got the same problem that Hangman Page does in AEW. where you've been the same person for so long, and it's starting to run out, and you're not getting the same buzz that you once did when folks thought you were going to be the fucking guy.
Yeah, I mean, and then look, I tell people this all the time. For me, y'all can argue me if y'all want. This is my personal sentiment. A lot of my favorite moments in wrestling are that they're just moments. Yes, we remember the fire matches, but I remember when Stone Cold used to run. It was what episode of Raw. He was pissed off, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna just stun everybody in every match until I get. I think it was Jeff Jarrett or somebody. He was looking for somebody. And you know what? I'm gonna just or Shawn Michaels super kicking everybody backstage.
I just kicked Stan,
Layers
or
like
one of our personal favorites, price check on a jackass.
yeah, and again, that's why to me, I'm continue to say it. My favorite moment of LA Knight was with Bray Wyatt when he was talking smack to Bray Wyatt. One of the first men to show no fear to Bray Wyatt, and the
Oh,
fear
that
he
when
showed to him
he
was
just
tongue in cheek.
powdered him.
Yup. And the little fear he did show to Bray was kind of like tongue in cheek, like, yeah, I'm just getting away from you, but like I'm gonna still attack you. Like it's not really like I'm afraid to attack you. And then talked his shit to the dead man. Spoke to the Phenom crazy, like we don't really hear people speak to the Phenom. And he did that as a rookie, LA
Um,
Knight. He needs to find that hunger again. That hunger for more.
and unfortunately, one of his only options may be the tag team division. Unfortunately,
Mm,
and it took me a while, but I was just able to think of one guy who might fit that bill for multiple reasons. One major reason being it'll further his own respective advancement, and that'd be Austin Theory.
mm.
Similar personas. They both have solid looks. They're both pretty good on the mic. The ring work's not that bad, but LA Knight could, while getting hopefully gold with Theory, could help Theory get to that level that Vince saw in him, what Triple H sees in him. Just get him there, maybe. But I don't know. I don't know if LA Knight is in the business of helping others as opposed to helping himself still. Because the big difference in mind states. Could
And
it
that's a
work? I believe so.
I'm really just again I think we've seen the little variable or potential of Shinsuke winning the championship, but I'd really like to know going forward in a few weeks. We're gonna have to study and see why this is happening, where they like put LA Knight in placement. I think sometimes it could be as simple as how they did it with Braun Breaker too. This could be a chance for LA Knight to become a two-time United States champion.
Anything but another tournament, for the love of God.
Yeah, cause they
No,
did that
no
as
more
soon
tournaments,
as
please.
Braun Breaker won the shit back from Jay. Like, oh, we're gonna sit back and watch a tournament to determine his next number one contender.
It's bad enough we're getting tournaments for the. I mean, the new women's belts. I get it, but there was no reason for the IC tag tournament, and also there's no reason for all these goddamn triple threat matches.
There's a tournament starting on Monday.
Again, it's a new belt. That's probably one of the rare exceptions. But other than that, it's like there's no need for all these goddamn tournaments.
Yeah, I mean
There's not.
they determined the women's championship over a battle royal one night.
Yeah. How come there was a tournament to see who could challenge Cody at Backlash? See how that works?
Mm-hmm. Nah, I mean, yeah, the tournaments thing, especially so recent after King of the Ring, and they was doing it before the King of the Ring as
They've
well.
been almost every month, which is
Yeah,
mind-boggling.
I mean, we've had And if it wasn't a tournament, we've had fucking rounds of qualifying matches, triple threats to go into Money in the Banks.
AKA title eliminators.
Man, don't do that to me. I don't like that term.
You
I
know who
don't
to
like
blame, and
that.
it ain't me.
I don't like that term. But yeah, nah. No, I mean, in all seriousness, though, Shinsuke going over with the victory. I think it's a refresh. I was ready to see, not saying this is one of those cases like the chase was better for LA Knight. Just for me, simply the chase for him, the hunger I seen when he didn't have a championship, opposed to like when you got it and you're attempting to just run over dudes, and it didn't help that they booked him to run over dudes that in my eyes, I wanted to like root for, and I want Carmelo to succeed. I want Andrade to succeed. And when you got to do like LA Knight, he's just gonna run them down. He gonna run down mostly anybody. And if he's not doing that to establish people that's trying to really find their footing again, it could possibly hurt them, hurt their character.
Exactly.
Like he kind of made early on in their feud, Carmelo had a slip up. Remember when he told him, "Oh, LA is gonna be LA versus or he said Paul. He was referring to LA Knight versus Logan Paul, and he had a mishap and said LA versus LA, and LA Knight picked up on it quick and hit him with the rebuttal, like, "Oh, I'm gonna face myself." Cooked him.
Yep.
So and it's kind of weird too how just to throw this sidebar, they kind of just threw Shinsuke in there, and LA Knight really ain't have time to run him down on the mic. Really, like he ain't really. He just had to go in there and scrap with him.
He
He
had a few weeks.
Yeah, but I want to say that I seen more of Shinsuke laying his promo. Like I would see more of the vignettes from Shinsuke stuff. Like LA would kind of run these dudes down in their face. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really get to see that. You'll see LA Knight talking backstage in an interview or some setting. But the way that Shinsuke did it, strategic. No contact.
What are the odds we see the run back as Saturday night's main event?
What about a fatal four-way match? Andrade, Carmelo, Knight, and Shinsuke. You not for it?
No.
Okay.
Again, if you further down line in the March for Elimination Chamber, probably a different story.
Who was
But
um who was LA Knight with in the match with recently that Shinsuke just broke up that match two
it
weeks
was
ago?
Andrade.
It's Andrade. So it's like
Oh no
Andrade
no
could
no 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 no! It was Escobar.
okay.
Like I said, for the IC belt and the US belt, there's definitely you can easily plug sick names for both for chamber matches.
That's another one too. I ain't gonna lie. I'm tired of seeing Escobar challenge for the US belt, and like we gotta find something for him other than
I
that
get
that scenario.
if done right, you could have him go up beat Shinsuke if done right. But here's the thing that I forgot about with Shinsuke. I forgot how fucking tall that motherfucker is. He's big. Because usually we aside from Logan Paul, we see that tower over everybody.
Right.
And to see Shinsuke either at eye level or slightly above, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I know I ain't seen Shinsuke in a while, but damn. So
But yeah, I mean, we got that surprise for tonight. Like you said, we could have started the match, the show off tonight with that, and that would have been a tone setter. Like it would have had people on the ride. Like, whoa, what else can happen tonight?
are you mad we didn't get a missed back to back nights?
A what?
Are you mad we didn't get the missed back to back nights?
He didn't do it yesterday on
He,
SmackDown.
he
That
did
was.
it on SmackDown, not today.
I mean, I think because of the nature of the match, like, since if he do that, he might have to cover like. hide from the ref after he do the cover if he want to win the match. So I
I
didn't
mean,
really expect him to use it unless he was gonna get disqualified.
and also again, selling 101, LA Knight probably should have came with some type of bandage over his eye or whatever to further sell the mist.
But you know what? I think they fucked up with us too with that, seeing that how easy it was to just with the water by ringside clear
Well,
it
no,
up and backstage.
they've always done that.
Like I feel like in the Tajiri days, I didn't see that done in the Tajiri days.
We kind of did. It's just or we saw it more frequently after Nydia sold it beautifully. And like I said, back in the day, Cole used to go into detail. Each color mist means a specific thing.
Right.
Like, go back to that
Mm-hmm.
because that further sells the mist. And again, that it just makes it that much more of a better spot. Because again, you can say the black mist does this, the green mist does this, the red mist does this.
And on SmackDown, LA Knight's eyes did look a little red after they cleaned it, like from
I mean, shit, he got him point blank.
like
I mean, shit, Shinsuke damn near kissed him on the forehead when he did it. That's how close they
man.
were.
Yep. They showed that shit in slow motion.
He went ultra
So
instinct on his ass.
yeah, I mean, again, uh, that's a good point because LA Knight coming out not selling that kind of made me forget that even happened the night before, and the fact that he didn't really sell the
I
injury
mean,
or sell the mist.
or it could have been like have his face still a little stained, and Cole Grace could have said, "Yeah, the skin or the mist kind of like poisoned it or burned the skin a little bit
Right.
or something." I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but little things that they used to do back in the day that helped that specific spot that would have made it a little bit better.
No, I mean it's kind of like the makeup that Shinsuke's wearing. It looked like a little bit of the mist that he spits is the
Yeah, look like
mist on his
it just
face.
stayed on the side of his face.
Yeah. Yep. So
I
it's like
said,
they could have went that route, but they didn't, and LA Knight took the L. So we gonna see. But the next match, I think the next match was just as good.
this was everything I wanted in this match. Okay,
Triple
almost
threat.
everything. The announce table didn't break. That's the only thing that was missing from this match.
I was surprised it didn't, to be honest, especially with that spot. I mean, triple threat match though. Braun Breaker defending his Intercontinental Championship against Sheamus, Ludwig.
Again, I'm not mad at the finish. Uh, Triple H said it best in the post show. Sheamus can take an ass beating.
I just feel like um, I started tonight by saying I enjoy being wrong. This is the only match I feel like I wasn't really wrong about. I seen this happen in this way, or I felt like this at least before the match started. That
Yeah,
I
I
think I
kind
even
of
said this
agree.
on Monday.
Yeah,
Ludwig and
this is
Sheamus.
one of the matches where we kind of have an idea what's gonna happen. It would be nice if option B or C would have happened, but option A is just as good.
But I think with Braun Breaker, it's delicate. For me, at least. I don't know. You guys can correct me if y'all wrong, and I'll just still stand on what I say. But to me, it'd be delicate to keep giving Braun Breaker losses. And I'm supposed to, like, all right, yes, he's dominant. But then if I see him eat so many L's, I'm going to feel like he could still be defeated. Like, it's kind of like Sheamus is. Like, yeah, he's a big, dominant dude, but that dude could be beat.
Yep, and then Ilya continued to improve us or to impress us, or not Ilya, Ludwig.
Ludwig. Nah, he definitely showed out, and it was good to have him in this match. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he getting that spot that I wanted him to get. I think the Sheamus would have had this match, bro. I mean, we could get to that part later, but like Sheamus had a lot of he had them he
He
had
had most of the offense, I think.
he had a lot of the offense into this match, and Ludwig like a little weasel or tall weasel. You know what I'm saying?
That old school chicken shit heel.
Yep, breaking up every opportunity he can, and You know, Braun Breaker just taking advantage of those spots, picking his spots, you know, as a champion as he should. He got to that spot on the outside, man, when Sheamus and Lou were on the outside by the announce table, man. She thought about him flying over there to them.
I think there's been a couple of Raws where we've seen him clear the announce table too. Like
Man,
again, he has this. His athleticism is an anomaly in its own right. Like I said many times before, I haven't seen anybody this athletically gifted since Brock Lesnar, and he's been getting the Brock Lesnar treatment. So, and again, but that was incredible. My personal favorite spot of this match was in that back corner to the right of the Prime Hydration Center, so our left from the camera side. But you see Ludwig on the corner, and then like fucking Jaws, you see Sheamus just slowly creep up with this "I'm about to kill you" look on his face,
yeah,
and then gives him the tail beats of the boundary, and then sticks and moves Braun. It does the same thing, and just has a look in his eye like, "Oh, I'm locked in now.
that was the old Keith Lee spot right there.
I'm kicking your ass. I'm kicking your ass."
Man, I'm not gonna lie too. Braun Breaker looked defeated after anybody would be defeated, but he looked defeated after taking those 10 beats.
Because again, it's like everyone knows Sheamus hits hard. And I think this might be the very first time where Sheamus got to light up Braun, and Braun's like, "Okay, the stories are true."
You know what's funny? I don't know if you do this, but anybody who do the beats to the Bowery, if I can, I do my best to count how many times they actually let him go before they pick their hands up and
Yeah,
start to try start to try to block that shit. 'Cause I feel like that shame is probably like, you know, ribbing them too, right? Like they got to keep their hands in.
you want to talk that shit? All right, here's my little receipt.
Yeah, take 10 of these joints,
And then
man.
all the extra hardware they had the sound on them. That's for each time that Braun called him old.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I would like to see if we want to give Sheamus one kind of advantage of running this WWE, and they keep using the shillelagh, I would like Finley to be incorporated with Sheamus, if possible, or like, you know, maybe like kind of like give him an OG, not always by his side, but kind of like how Cody looks to Arn.
Or like what Regal's doing in NXT with Dempsey and what the hell's his name? Lexus King.
Yep. Yeah, that's a nice little story they got going on over there too, right?
I
But
mean that could probably work. But
I
again,
just feel like the
that's
shillelagh.
another individual to where if you wanted to, you can easily squeeze in a Wade Barrett too because of their history.
But Wade looks right. He looked like he's aligning with Gunther and these
I'm,
guys, and
I personally would want him to click up with Drew.
yeah, it looked like he likes Drew too. Like, uh,
But also, I would much rather see. Hmm. Now, me being a selfish bastard, I would love to see Wade in a tag team with Aldis. That would surprise a lot of folks. It would be very impressive to watch. And then again, Aldis is a guy who has a style similar to Aldis. Or LNA has similar style, and I think LNA could probably learn a lot from watching Aldis in the ring in a WWE ring, per se.
I don't know. I just feel like LA Knight, his
I'm really trying to think of what could possibly work for him, man. But again, there's not a the list is only this big now.
it's just because again, like what I said about Roman, his LA Knight is kind of yoked, big dude, but he's not really like a powerhouse. He's not too much. He's not really. He don't got one thing that he really great at. He got things that he tries to do.
That's the problem.
Yes. There it is. That's I found it just as I'm saying it. Cause I'm thinking about all the other people that had things they were good at. The Rock, phenomenal on the mic. He has a great striking ability. Like the way he strikes, the way he sells, and close to none. Like, you know what I'm saying?
LA Knight is Hulk Hogan if Hulk Hogan was The Rock or Austin level on the microphone.
Mm.
Or that's probably what it should, because again, like I said, less is a lot. Less will get him a lot more. He doesn't need to do all the springboard stuff or the giant box jumps at the top rope or whatever. That little elbow spot where he jumps from the second to the top rope. Okay, if once in a while, yeah, just to pop the crowd and let folks know you can still do it. But again,
No, like you
he's got to
said though,
cut back on some of the stuff.
at a big spot, I would appreciate that so much more. Somebody set up on a table. I haven't seen that move in weeks and months, and you just do that shit through somebody on the table. Wow. But I see it every week now, so when it's done, it's kind of like he did it to Shinsuke, and it looked like he barely like when he got to the top, he just fell off the top rope with the elbow drop. Ain't even no spring off to the top.
I think we can count on one hand the amount of times John Cena did a leg drop from the second or third rope.
I mean, and that was a move that I felt like also when he was doing it, it didn't look the greatest because there was times where he didn't connect clean. But like you said, it wasn't done often, and sometimes, or even the springboard stunner Cena used to do, mixing it
Mm-hmm.
in. The sunset, what is it? The sunset rise they call it, or
Something like
sunset
that.
flip. Where I think Zelina do that move. They hop and flip them over, hop on their back and flip them over.
Oh, the
But
code red.
yeah, there you go. Like you know what I'm saying. Cena done did that one a few times.
But
Bust
again,
that one out.
Cena just needed like the five moves of doom. Hogan just needed two, maybe three moves. If you think about it, JBL just needed two moves. Clothesline power bombs, all you need.
Yeah, I mean, whatever that other move
Triple H,
is,
spinebuster pedigree.
LA Knight got like this. What is it like that Death Valley draw?
He's got
The
that. He has the B, BFT. He's got the elbow. Uh, he's got that little box jump, whatever toss that he does, and then I'm sure there's a few other ones.
I'm not gonna lie too. He might as well just do like he might as well just do the running cutter. If he gonna do the BFT, like just going, it look weird the way he falls forward. I don't know.
What if he
He
did
needs to
something along
change
the lines of
something.
like maybe the Texas Cloverleaf, the submission move,
That'd be fire. I mean,
or again, or maybe a camel clutch or something like that?
I've been enjoying how you know what I'm saying Gunther been finishing his matches by submission. Like I think when you
Because
end a match by submission, I actually enjoy those.
the victory by purpose.
Yeah, because you know you can't act like you remember how Shawn Michaels used to do the super kick and then fall on them out of fatigue.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's kind of like a lazy pen almost. Like, damn, I just threw my body on them. Like a submission, you exerting not only their energy, your energy to put them out. And sometimes like depending with I mean almost every submission is, but some submissions could seem more like like vicious and savage than the others. Like you know what I'm saying?
I said, you get like some of the camel clutch on him in his repertoire, then folks will just pass off for the tap out, and then that makes LNI seem that much more of a dangerous threat to any belt. I will wear you down. And I will put you out.
Hmm. Yeah, that he could definitely benefit from a move like that. I mean, again, Kurt Angle, ankle lock, the crossface, Walls of Jericho, Kimura lock, Hell's Gate,
The Anaconda Vice,
sharpshooter,
the guillotine,
even a bear hug.
torture rack. There's a
Yup.
lot of them.
The
We can go on
I
and on,
mean,
folks.
yeah, the
We are
master. You
walking
said the master
encyclopedias.
lock, right? You said the master lock, right?
that'd be the one that I would want to see him do, because the way he latches up for the BFT, it made it look a little sloppy. Especially when we see how snug Lash would get it in, how snug Chris Masters gets it in. I don't know if LNA would have that same flexibility.
Even I'm glad you mentioned that though, because even the setup for the BFT,
Yeah.
I knew something was gonna go wrong.
So
I knew
he's
something
gonna
was
do a
gonna
Kobe Kingston. Boom,
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 boom.
boom.
But you know, back to Braun
Back to
Breaking,
that amazing triple threat, which again was an absolute war.
yeah, they man,
I wouldn't be mad if Braun runs back with either one of them.
yeah, I think Braun in any match is this is
Because
just
again,
his showcase right now. Like,
and Sheamus is one of those guys where if you need to get a little extra mileage out of Braun or whatever, no problem. It's going to be a solid match. You get him in with Ludwig. Ludwig's getting better. You get him in with Ilya Dragunov. It's going to be extremely physical. You get him in there with Pete Dunne. I'm sure it'd be just as physical. And if you want to mix it up a little bit, you could throw Miz in there. You could throw probably. I wouldn't mind seeing him versus either Kofi or Woods. Be something different. There's plenty of names for him to just pick at.
and then getting to the end of the match, this is where psychology is a motherfucker.
Yeah, it
Sheamus
is.
took so long getting up, bro, that from selling the effects of the match, that again, it felt like something was gonna happen. Like you even hear the crowd. I don't know what the crowd was cheering at or what. It sounded like they got like a little hype or something, and
Like they sensed what was coming soon.
yeah, like they sent something, and it was just nothing other than what was get about to get set up. The spear, and
Well,
Braun
real quick,
Breaker broke him in half.
what about that spear that Braun gave to Ludwig, where he like lunged over
Oh
Sheamus, and then
man,
they showed a slow motion during the highlights. Braun collided with Ludwig, and then the momentum bounced him off of him.
yeah, bro.
Like he again, like we said earlier, he's going through you, whether you
I,
like it or not.
I like that. Unlike other spears I've done seen other people do sometimes, he actually does it with his shoulder and like not with his head. Like you know what I'm saying? It looked like he protects his head because with that velocity and he's going at that speed, if he oh man, he got to be real careful for real because he's laying them things in.
Like I said, we watched him damn near knock out Ilya Dragunov during the summer with the spear.
Man,
Like,
I'm surprised that table didn't disintegrate on Raw.
I'm telling you, like
But
I expected like a Wile E. Coyote hole going through that little corner where he collided. But
man,
again, like I said, I've never seen anybody this freakishly powerful, fast, athletic than Brock Lesnar.
I think they
And
made the
when
right
and when
call with him.
those two lock horns, can you
Yeah, it's gonna be
imagine?
special, man.
I need Scott Steiner ringside for that one.
Man, like you said earlier, that shirt he was wearing on the kickoff, fire. Shouting out his uncle had Scott Steiner shirt on. You guys missed it. You can see it on the pre-show. That match was dope. I think they had the right person go over. Braun Breaker winning. The only thing, like I felt I predicted seeing we're gonna get some. I think we're gonna get something more with Sheamus and Ludwig. I don't really think they're over based on the things that was going on in the match. Like
And again,
Sheamus was so close to winning that Intercontinental Championship, and Ludwig pulled the ref out, weaseled it,
and Louis just laughing at him like,
laughing at
yeah,
him. That's the
yeah,
part that's
I did
yeah.
that.
So I think Sheamus is gonna want some get back from that.
This Raw
But
is going to be absolutely loaded, and we're not even done with this show yet.
man, yeah. But then we move on to I had high hopes for Damian Priest. And Gunther, we're gonna get on to the World Heavyweight Championship match. Yeah.
Is it
This
safe to
didn't
say
live.
round
Mhm.
one was better than round two?
Oh, way better. This did not
And
even
and, and,
live up
and
to it.
if these two are supposed to run it back in 2 weeks as Saturday Night's main event, I'm very worried for how that match is going to be.
Oh, this did not live. What I remember from round one was a hard hitting affair. Blood being drawn on chest from the chops,
It was a
the
fade.
overhand chops. Yes, it was a fade out there. But I seen tonight.
This
It
one
just
had moments where it wasn't bad. It was okay. I don't know what happened
once.
with Priest in his arms.
I think that was part of the. I could be
Yep.
wrong. I just feel like it was part of the spiel. I feel like I could be wrong because he got that moment where the ref checked on him and Gunther was kind of out there laughing at him. But once Gunther did that one thing of kicking the arm when Damien was resting, and then they played into it more on the outside, it kind of gave me shades of when Rhea Ripley showed and Liv Morgan
Mm-hmm.
did the thing there. I was just like, I wasn't sold on it. Like,
But also what I thought was interesting was when Gunther was seen laughing. He's probably remembering from round one where they had the issue with his ankle. Was it that match where his ankle got caught up in the
he
ropes?
had did that was the issue with Drew. I think that happened in the Drew match.
Okay, yeah. But again,
His leg
probably
got caught up
seeing
in the.
that, seeing it in this match, probably thinking he just big and clumsy.
Yeah, no, and that's the knock that Gunther had on him. That moment and when he got concussed to Seth Rollins in the match
Yep.
or knocked out, whatever happened. I
Got his
don't want.
bell rung.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But going into this match, I thought maybe I had a feeling there'd be some interference, but I thought it'd be like, okay, the Judgment Day been at odds in terms of it looked like Dominic and Finn haven't been on the same page. So I figured we see what we saw today. Finn go out and then maybe go out with Dom and somehow whatever Dom would have did would have helped Damien, but we didn't get that portion of it. We got you called it a solid. I wouldn't really it didn't live up. I guess if we didn't see round one, then maybe this would have left me wanting to see more between them.
But because of how good round one was, this was worse than a swing and a miss. And also,
Yeah.
I can't confirm that what was posted on WWE Network when Priest attacks Finn from behind. I see JD and Carlito. I don't see Dominic.
Then that's another thing. So it's like, okay,
Is Dominic not allowed in Canada, but Jacob Fatu is, or what?
nah, I mean, you were hurt enough to fight Gunther, but now it's like you're not even hurt to do this backstage assault.
Well, unless he's taking care of Liv, but we didn't see. I didn't see him in that backstage thing either.
That's why I feel like the in the ring injury might not have been legitimate. It might have just been to get through the story and have Gunther get more offense in on him. And also play into how he's gonna, like it didn't take much for Finn. Like to be honest, like Finn didn't even really have to go out there and do the coup de grace on the outside and interfere for Damien to lose. Like Damien could have lost without that at that point of being injured in the match. To be honest, like,
Yeah.
and then right after he does that, Gunther hits Finn with a big boot. Like get out of here. So again, Finn didn't lay much offense on Damian Priest in my eyes for it to matter.
And my thing is like I think it's a shame that Gunther is being used only to fuel the Priest and Finn story.
Which is not even that hot anymore to me.
Well, I mean, it could be, but it's like you're using your world champion for this. Your world
Uh,
champion, a man who's taken what 3 losses this entire calendar year.
Again, and I feel like the only reason he's here right now is because they had him win the King of the Ring, and that stipulation had whoever wins that go to
Oh no,
get an
I'm not mad at
opportunity.
Gunther Drake. I'm just saying like
But I feel no, I'm not mad at it, but I'm just saying Damian could have still had his championship that if we could have waited on Gunther entering the heavyweight title scene. Like it's almost like okay, he dropped the IC belt and immediately into it wasn't even no real chill time. It's straight okay, we lost that at Mania and right into this
I'm
tournament.
saying don't you have this match? Have Gunther go up against maybe like an Ilya or someone else that ain't doing much. If this is gonna be a one off, but again, at least give me something that I wouldn't mind seeing. And
But right now, Damian Priest is probably the bigger name, but yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm not really in favor of how Gunther has been used. I want to say even since the Sami Zayn stuff.
yeah, since Mania,
No,
he's
I
been
mean
on this.
not that far back. I mean, since he won the heavyweight championship. But if you feel that way, I don't see like again. He lost that Mania, went into the King of the Ring tournament. He won. We didn't see much of him, and then he won with controversy. Pinned Randy with the shoulder thing happening. It's been a lot of controversy since then.
Yeah, he's been on this weird. I don't want to say he's like just going up. It's like a weird coast, but he's coasting downhill, and it's like, what the fuck went wrong?
The main
Like he
event
went from
scene.
up going this to just down here almost overnight.
It's that main event scene, and it's the way that they're positioning him. Like I think
And
the Randy
like
situation was good for him.
the run back,
Yeah,
yeah,
he
that helped
put
a little
Randy.
bit,
Yeah,
but I hate to say it, he's in, but Gunther's in a similar slump like LA Knight because if you think about it, uh, Gunther was not on Bad Blood, correct?
nah. And
Okay,
he did a walk by. He did the shit with
okay,
Goldberg.
yeah, but so you look
It
at
don't
Crown
match up.
Jewel, you look at Crown Jewel in this, two very unfavorable duds that are end results that were like,
And I mean, are you counting just PLE appearances, or you count because he
I'm,
did
I'm
that?
I'm I'm talking about the last two PLEs.
Because he did okay, okay.
Because like
I
I
say he
said,
did the match against Sammy on Raw, defending the championship against him too.
but I'm talking about
According, okay.
again as far as the overall top guys. Because I'm not putting Sammy in that category.
No, no, no.
Respectfully.
I know that. Yeah, yeah.
But
Got you with the PLE. Yep.
you look at how he was poised to lose in the PLE. I feel it's a bad look on him. I mean, I get it. He's been doing the sleeper hold. He got. I get that's fine, but you don't want to see him take a loss. And you fast forward to this match, and this match was a dud. So he's starting
And
to
even
do.
how he beat Damian Priest the first time to get the championship was kind of assisted by Finn Balor. He
Yeah,
didn't win cleanly off how we usually see his hard work. He got put tested in hard work and deep waters by Damian Priest. Like Damian Priest was on that upward trajectory at that time, and I feel like that Finn Balor stuff kind of it slowed. It made everything weird, to be honest. Like they should have just got
and
them
like
their match without all of
and
that
I,
weird stuff.
and goes back to my point from a few minutes ago. It is a shame that the World Heavyweight Championship is cannon fodder for a program that does not involve the world champion. That's Vince McMahon's sacrilegious bullshit right there. Imagine if we book a story with the Bloodline solely to fuel a beef between Woods and Kofi.
Is it safe to say they don't have nothing for Gunther right now?
And that makes me that I question that because again, look what we have on the roster. Like I said, where's is uh is Ilya hurt again?
I mean, look at the landscape of things, though, right? I mean,
We could have had him versus Seth, no problem.
yeah, yeah. Damian Priest won that match, fatal four-way match to determine the number one contender for this. But it's kind of like, okay, he just threw his name in a hat and got in there.
Yeah. Like, could you imagine if we got a story in which, say, Finn was number one contender and Judgment Day gets this approved that if Damian Priest gets involved in this match, he will never have a shot at the title ever again. This that would have been perfect for this, or even vice versa to Finn, something. But there's ways to progress your own story without sacrificing the world title.
Yeah.
And
Nah,
like I said,
it's a shame too. It's a shame.
you put Gunther in a lose-lose situation essentially.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how long Gunther's held the championship for, except that I know it's been since August. So what, 3 months? And a few days
Maybe
makes it 3 months. Because SummerSlam
about
was what,
maybe
the first few days
100
of
120
August.
days maybe.
So with that being said, I already feel like a quarter, almost a quarter into what would have been his Intercontinental title reign. This ain't.
This ain't even close to the NXT UK reign that was over 800 days.
There's no dominance in this reign. The only
And
dominance he displayed was against Sami Zayn, and it's kind of like,
it's now again. I don't really want to break up the band, but instead of challenging for the IC belt, could you imagine if this was Gunther versus Ludwig?
bro, that's what I've been waiting for. Now I understand it might not be like,
But also,
okay,
but instead of sacrificing the world title, you can have something on the lines of
a story
Ludwig
there.
taking a Ludwig taking the beating, and Gunther essentially trying to motivate him to where it becomes like a teacher student sparring lesson. Like, come on, get up.
Something better than Cody and Kevin round one for the championship.
Oh, fuck me. But yeah, this kid of story towards like, come on, you've been by my side all this time. Get up and fight. We don't, you and I, we don't give up. It's something like that to where again, yeah, you could have a wholesome moment after that, but it's a competitive match. You don't sacrifice what's going on with the world title, and then you can still get Gunther coming off as being a dominant champion as he rightfully should be. And
Yeah.
then we learn a new side of Ludwig, and then you could ease Ludwig into the the IC title picture. But this wasn't it.
Nah, I wasn't yeah, I wasn't a fan of this. Again, I feel like weird. I don't know the Dominic not being out. I don't know what was up with that shit, but you know what I'm saying. We ain't see Dominic. We seen Finn out there.
Did we even see Dom during the pre-show? I don't think so.
I mean, I think again they doing a good job. I don't know if it's by design or we looking into things, but the things they know we watching for, they keeping us guessing. They keeping us guessing because I didn't
I'll
see.
give them that.
I would have expected to see Dom somewhere on the show tonight, at least with Liv, at least.
Walking around at least.
Same way that Paul, as we're gonna get into the next match, but like Paul Heyman eventually came out after we didn't see him. So maybe we would have got an appearance, but yeah, to me, this is probably the worst match on the card. After I looked forward to it, after there was so much build up. Damian Priest going in with momentum, and it's okay to go in with momentum and have the competitor lose. That's
Yeah,
usually how they do things, but it's how they did it within the match and how
this
this
one definitely left me disappointed.
yeah.
Hopefully, this is just a dud, and when they run it back uh, at Saturday's main event, it might be a better match. Hopefully, but they got 2 weeks to unfuck this.
And then I'm be
If that
honest,
match is still going to happen at Saturday Night's main event.
I think it's kind of cool that Damian Priest, he got an aura of some of these older people, but like he got to find something or do more of his own stuff too. Like he did a lot of like Undertaker s stuff tonight, going to the choke slam a few times and how he did it. Like remember when they was on the top turnbuckle and he tried to like wind them up for it. He even did the Hell's Gate.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, and I love Priest too, but I don't know. It's something too that
Again, hopefully they fix it. They got a couple weeks.
yeah, he needs to. You know what it is? So I feel for me. I'm gonna be honest. Is he got this lingering Judgment Day presentation on him for me, and I think it's kind of
So do
like,
you change his music again?
does he still have that purple stuff he got
Yeah,
in the?
he's got all of that.
You got to change the gear.
Only thing they did was they changed some of the verbiage in his song.
Yeah, like to me, I don't know. I mean, I know Rhea Ripley didn't change her stuff, but um,
Well, again, we're talking here and here. Let's be
right,
honest.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like he got to work. He got to work
But
because he
yeah,
was just finding his stride with the Judgment Day stuff, and then they pulled you
and
apart from
then
that.
you transitioned well, and then you slipped on a banana peel, and then you forgot how to tie your shoes.
Because you know what's the weird situation about that? He was kind of a tweener as champion.
Yeah,
He was still in the
but
Judgment
shit,
Day as a
everyone's a
heel.
twinner nowadays.
Facts. But what makes it harder for him is that some I feel forced into being the like him and LA Knight are forced into being the baby faces because they're the tweeners. Unlike a Seth Rollins, almost anything he do can either be cheered or booed.
Well, yeah, but also, I mean, one thing that Seth does well that they necessarily don't do is when they're being a babyface heel, they know how to change how they walk, how they talk, the cadence in their voice,
Move
how
set.
they address certain topics.
Yeah.
He's a genuine
Cadence.
chameleon in this, whereas those two, it's like in their mind, the crowd's reacting, yay!
For sure. Like even Roman gets it a little bit like, yeah, he kept the same shield kind of stuff, but you seen layers to it throughout the years. Like when he was with the shield, it was like, okay, it had the shield logo. When it was him, he started adding colors, added some sauce. But now when he's the tribal chief, it's more his
Hmm.
physique showing. The glove, like you know this prominence when we cock this Superman punch, it's about to go down. Like, you know, and you seen that with the like, even you said Shinsuke early, the artist. You see layers to his outfit. Sometimes the song changes. I think Damian Priest could benefit from that. Even LA Knight could benefit from that shit too. I know
But I
it's
said
kind of
with
been the
Knight,
Attack LA Knight podcast tonight. What it
but
feels
like I
like
said, I honestly don't know what else where you go with them.
with who?
LA Knight,
LA. Oh man.
Priest again. Let's hope that today was a dud, and then we'll see what comes Monday
Well,
and
I
then the
think
weeks to
no. I
come.
think with Priest, the good part is he been cooking on promos recently. As to
Yeah,
where LA Knight, I haven't feel like he been cooking really. Like you ain't really been cooking.
but
Like
also
you,
with LA Knight, aside from the couple one liners, what else is there?
that's what I'm saying. With Priest, we actually seen him take those steps up in the ring with Drew McIntyre, Seth Rollins, Gunther, Finn. Even though the match with Finn wasn't like I expected him to outmatch Finn. He's way bigger than Finn. I don't care how Finn only won one Universal Championship. Like and then did it to Seth, which Seth ain't that much bigger than Finn. He got him, a few inches on the height, got a few pounds on him, but it like Priest is towering over Finn. So to me, it was like okay, but the ones that really tested him were Drew, Seth, and Gunther, and I feel like LA Knight hasn't been tested really. That triple threat match was cool. Logan Paul match was cool.
That's
Even
it.
Shinsuke tonight, yeah. But he hasn't
But
been
again,
tested though, in my opinion. Back when he was in
well,
that circuit with Sheamus and them, like that Randy shit we was talking about last
mhm.
week, Randy, Kevin, no, that shit he was getting tested. Roman, or I'm talking about his champion right now. It ain't. I don't really see it. Like
Well, one could say he's not getting tested. One could say that maybe he just plateaued. He's at that glass ceiling, and he hasn't quite figured out how to bust through that glass ceiling yet.
even Braun Breaker when he won the Intercontinental Championship, like he got tested immediately with Jay, and you know what I'm saying. He had to run through. I believe it was Sammy in
Again,
that 2 out of 3
this
falls
and this.
match. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. And again, we
One's
not trying to knock the
finding ways
age.
to get themselves to that level. The other one is just riding with what got them in the front door. And it's like you gotta do a little more than that.
I agree with you there. I agree with you there. Yeah. It's tough because I was a LA Knight. I still am a LA Knight
I'm still a
advocate.
fan of his, but it's
Yeah,
just
like I'm not
he's
saying it
falling
like
into
I'm
this
not a fan
weird
of him.
limbo that not many have been able to crawl the way out of successfully.
Yeah, and when you lose a mid card championship this fast and you don't get it back and you haven't been in the company for that long, it's kind of alarming. Like when Sami Zayn lost it, I looked at it like, okay, this is a transitional period for him. Okay, he beat Gunther. Who else was going? Like you ain't have Gable do it, so maybe if you brought Braun
Yeah,
Breaker
yeah.
in sooner, he could have did it.
When Sammy lost it, it was to physically prepare the next person who's going to have the reign, which was Braun.
Right. LA Knight's loss tonight was to older Shinsuke who's held the
Someone who's
belt
had the belt
twice.
before, someone who that they have trust and that could work with X, Y, and Z. 'Cause like I said, with LA Styles specifically, doesn't necessarily work well with just anybody, which is it's never good or bad. Like, it's just one of those. Eh,
So yeah, for me on LA Knight's part, that's a little bit alarming.
very.
Yeah. But you, we already spoke about the main event. We had Gunther picking up that victory over Damian Priest with the assist from Finn. He choked out Damian again. And we move on to the main event, man. Bloodline versus the OG
OGs
Bloodline.
versus the new bloodline.
Man, get this image right there. We participated in the match. We called it down the middle. You know what I'm saying? We was there.
Unbiased officials.
You feel me? But yeah, and guys, by the way, we did something dope and special today where we were on TikTok live giving reactions as the show was going.
Little test run. We're still figuring that stuff out, but we'll get there.
Yeah, a little
So,
something different. You know what I'm
so should
saying?
we make that the move for all PLEs moving forward?
Check, keep us, you know what I'm saying? If y'all want to migrate over to TikTok with us and, you know what I'm saying, have some fun over there and watch the show live and then come back on over here to these platforms and give the recap as well. Like, you know what I'm saying?
We'll
Cause
make it
we
a whole family roundtable.
Yeah, cause those like yo, it was so. I'm not gonna lie. Like right now, I'm a little bit calm after the storm, but bro, before we were going crazy. Like I'm talking about. Listen, during the whole show, you hear hypeness, and it's so loud, and man, it was so fun. But you guys gotta tap in with us. We get into the bloodline match. We spoke about it already, but like any other thoughts that you feel about that match that we didn't speak about earlier, like.
The battle may have been won, but the war is far from over.
Man, I guess since we already spoke about it, let's spitball a little
Let,
bit
let, let,
more.
let's plan to the future.
Yeah, like I think it was interesting. We didn't see no final ball tonight. Um, I do think on SmackDown, I see Amethyst said I wonder if Roman would be on SmackDown Friday. I thought it was interesting how they did. We didn't get to do the SmackDown recap yesterday. But I was gonna mention how it was interesting. They advertised Roman Reigns and CM Punk to be on or have that conf,
All they said was a face to face. That's all they said.
and
I'm
they
kind of
getting
glad. I'm glad they did this route similar to what they did with Cody before Bad Blood on Georgia Tech's field. So I kind of like these one on ones because, especially with Paul just being almost like the mediator to both sides and just listening to both of them was much better in close confined areas than out in the ring. Because if it was on the ring, I don't think the message would have been across just as much.
and I'm there with you, and I just think that if they're getting comfortable with that format, then I don't know, Amethyst, if it means anything to you, but I don't think fans should get too hyped when they hearing that they're gonna see or hear from these people on the show, because you
Well, I mean,
might get
you'll see it on the jumbotron if it's
yeah.
not a double taping.
Yeah, but but if you was expecting to see both of them in that, you know what I'm saying, in that environment, and like you said, that SmackDown was double taped, right?
Yeah,
So they got to see some. I'm pretty sure they got to see Punk come out and Paul Heyman the week before, or like that same night, but they double taped it. So that 2 weeks ago
and,
SmackDown. Hmm.
and even though yesterday was a double tape, like you and I are pretty active on Twitter. I didn't see a single spoiler from yesterday's SmackDown throughout the week, which I thought was impressive by WWE.
Yeah, nobody really. I didn't really hear
Now,
anything,
now,
see
now,
anything.
granted, there this SmackDown for the most part wasn't so far centered on Survivor Series. It was more towards what's to come. For example, Tommaso Ciampa gave Gargano an ultimatum: "You got 1 week to figure your shit out, or we're gonna start doing shit my way. Are you in or you out?"
Hmm.
You got. I want to say. I don't know if it was on. I don't know if I saw it on TikTok or on Twitter or on SmackDown, but I saw a promo from BFAB, kind of like hyping up Tez and Dawkins. Try to. They may be leaning towards more a heel side. I don't know, but it was a very emphatic and aggressive promo.
Mm.
And the other two things are who got Jade, and the $1 million elephant in the room is what is this favor?
Mm.
Because Roman's going to be bugging the wise man for that, and if I'm a betting man, Paul Heyman is going to say, "My tribal chief, we won Survivor Series. We must get your Ulafala back. Don't worry about all that nonsense."
Yeah, he gonna throw him off again, just like he did at the table yesterday.
Because all he said was, "Let's get through Survivor Series." He never said that we were going to discuss this.
Hmm.
And I wouldn't be surprised if The Rock don't pull up on SmackDown. Should Solo and his bloodline be outside?
Mm. Now
Because
I feel like
could you imagine if we see Solo come out, no Ulafala, but we see The Rock come out wearing the Ulafala?
nah. Now I was just about to say. Now I feel like since we didn't see The Rock at the end of this PLE, like I thought that was gonna become like a little trend for him to just show up at the end of their matches. But since we didn't see that this time around, I honestly feel like he gonna throw himself in the Royal Rumble.
Oh, I can most definitely see that. But do you think we're gonna wait 2 months to see him? I think we'll see him at least maybe 2 3 times before then.
I mean, if you guys got a Netflix account, you can watch Red One. Moana 2 just came out. If you want to hear him, man's out there.
You know what I mean, smartass.
The man is out there. But nah, I mean,
Go
nah,
watch
he's
Black Adam.
nah. In all seriousness though, they've been saying and pictures been leaking of him filming Moana too. So I don't know if.
But this last night or this morning, folks, a word got out that all of his or the majority of his film obligations are done.
Mm,
Now I don't know how far they are on the Moana live action movie, but if that's done too, that was the last big project he had, or maybe they're at a spot to where he got all his shit out the way. Again, 4 months for Mania, four and a
mm.
half basically, but I expect we see quite a bit of the final boss between now and the end of April.
Okay, yeah. That sounds about right for sure.
Because again, we could also see him pop up on Cody as Saturday Night's main event. I'm sure NBC would love to see that. And that beautiful rating they're going to get it when we hear, "If you're some man."
Nah, it's definitely gonna be special. I mean, like it's always I don't know if you've been in the building recently when he came up as the final boss, but again, that shit shakes the room.
Yeah, it does.
It shakes the room. So I
Room will
mean,
be shaking, your ears will be ringing. You can't hear 6 inches away from you because it's so loud and deafening.
but that's why I also think that in WWE's case, just holding things off right now can even benefit them more. It makes it for must see SmackDown. Like when is he coming back? Especially like the more dialect we're gonna get in the upcoming weeks, gonna add on to the story and where we going with things.
Because we you can almost guarantee we're going to see him January 6th on Netflix. That's got to be almost certain. Him and Cena.
Mm. And then it makes all the perfect sense too because Jay is still on Raw.
Yeah.
So
So is the unofficial
CM
member of the
Punk,
other bloodline, Bronson Reed.
Bronson Reed, CM
That
Punk.
that 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 could be a story down the road going on to solidify Bronson Reed as part of the bloodline potentially.
I don't know if they still running the whole. The last that I remember, Jimmy was a free agent stuff. Paul, I don't know where they at with all of that.
And also, hear me out. Call me crazy with this. What if we use again? Say we get Bronson versus Jay down the road, whatever. Bronson runs through Jay. Mommy sends Priest to go regulate. Bronson runs through Priest. Then next at a random Raw, we get Bronson Reed versus Gunther for the world title. That might be a fun match to watch.
Mm.
It gives both of them something to do. Once again, it further establishes Bronson Reed as a top guy, which he rightfully deserves to be, and it gives Gunther a chance to prepare himself for a possible matchup with Brock Lesnar.
Man, the bloodline wearing the all black.
That was tough.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I personally thought they were gonna win because kind of what we saw, also like aside from the Seth stuff, like just based what I was watching from the evening, I thought more was gonna play into CM Punk and Roman.
One side was on the same page, the other one wasn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the dead giveaway was they came out at unison. The others came out to their own songs, different, similar but different outfits and all that. You had the awkwardness of Punk and Roman in the cage together, like to where a few times where we thought they were gonna just tee up on each other and just say fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
um, Even down to like I said earlier in the show, like how the wise man embraced and accepted Punk and Roman post match. Now we get it's a tale of two different scenarios, but I feel that we should take some note and merit to how he reacted just in general because again, the main issue that a lot of people have with Roman is that he can't admit that he was wrong in certain circumstances during his reign of terror. In his mind, it was for, as Triple H would put it, best for business, for the greater good. It was for the family. I did this for everyone else. I needed to be like this. And all folks want to hear is that's all fine, but you were wrong in doing all that. And he can't admit it.
Yeah, that's the we was talking about that earlier. I just think it's hard for Roman's character to, like you said, admit those things. You know what I'm saying? And give the people the flowers that they deserve. And I don't know. When he do, he's gonna do it in a weird way too. Like him saying "geek" just one time. You know, like he not giving the actual apologies and stuff, but
I mean, when Jimmy saved him at Bad Blood, did we get a thank you? All we got was, you called the play?
right.
When Jay helped him out, we didn't get a thank you. Sammy got a hug. And all Punk got was a handshake. Like, thanks for doing business.
I mean, even in my opinion too, like the whole Cody situation, like he really don't got no real beef with Cody to aside that he took his championship and ended his streak to be like, well, yeah, I don't really want his help after he already accepted his help once. So to me, that's like a stubborn tribal chief move too. Like you got even the rest of the team wanting to suggest him, and you're like, nah. And basically, he did that to everybody they mentioned too. But you know, that's just one that stood out for me that I mentioned. Like Cody, he said it about Seth too.
But again, all he's got to do is just say, I'm sorry, and mean it. But again, with everything else, and this is probably why Jay doesn't. I don't know if you noticed that during the pre-show at the start of the show where they had Jimmy with Roman, they had Jay with Sammy, and Paul was somewhere else, and Punk was somewhere else.
Yep.
Jay, I don't think is convinced that Roman is being true to his word just yet, because of all the damage that was done over the last 4.5 years.
I don't think so either because it's like Jimmy was kind of like, oh, don't question what the when he was talking to Sammy. Oh, you ain't got to question the wise man in terms of why bring CM Punk along. But obviously, you see Roman still got a problem with it. So he's got his own way of thinking.
Yep, stubborn as an ox.
All habits die hard.
But I'm gonna be very interested to see that little stare down with Rollins and CM Punk come Monday,
Yeah,
as well
and
as the 10th anniversary of the New Day.
I think we lining up for a Seth Rollins crash out.
Yeah, but again, he can. Does he crash out on Punk? Does he crash out on Jay? Does he crash out on Bronson Reed?
Mm.
Because supposedly the Bronson Reset story isn't done yet, even though it should be.
Yeah. I'm not sure where they would go with that one. Or like how they gonna get there right now because I think Seth is gonna be mad at CM Punk immediately.
Oh, off the tops.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, that similar to how KO is crashing on Randy and Cody, Seth could do the same thing to maybe a Jey Uso, which again could further invoke Roman versus Seth. Because then Seth will have put his hands on a member of Roman's family, and maybe that's how we get to Roman and Jay officially hashing it out.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm surprised by how many stories they set up for folks outside of this family. Like I said, we could probably guess matches for PLE for the next couple of years just off of the outside opponents before we even touch the internal stuff again.
And I like how even in the midst of this story, they weren't afraid to like audible. Like even throwing Cody in there to begin with, they didn't have to do that. They could have really made him have to really earn his way back in. They gave him the superstar rollout from not only when Vince was there, but even after Vince left and Triple H really believed in everything that was going on.
Are we going back to finish the story?
Yeah, because I'm saying like now, I'm not gonna lie, Cody's forever embedded with like the a part of the bloodline storyline.
It's
We might
fair.
not, yeah, we might not look at him so much for the first half, but we looking at him for sure when The Rock came back. Yeah, when the final boss, that's part
He's
of that.
definitely been a catalyst in the first generation of Bloodline and this current generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
A lot of questions this week.
because the first half, I want to say of Roman's reign. Okay, he beat Danny Bryan, Edge, Triple Threat, Jay. A lot of people he beat, man. Kevin Owens ran it back with Brock Lesnar a lot of times. But for Cody to come out of nowhere, right? New to the roster, and
Essentially,
they,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, like he's not new. They had him, but like that character he was bringing straight from AEW, boom, new to the roster, to the newer WWE audience, and they made him a superstar, inserted him into the Roman Reigns picture because he wanted that championship. And now, even after they got past that, they still got him involved with the bloodline. It's like, yeah, that's crazy to me. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that because
So, but with Cody, like he's in a worse spot because again, like come February, he's got a chance to be the only guy aside from Steve Austin to win the Rumble 3 years in a row. Well, I don't think Austin did it 3 years in a row. I know he won it 3 times, but never in a row. So
hmm
no one's ever won it three in a row. I don't think, but still, like he's got a chance to do that. Um, I don't think that's even feasible unless he drops the belt to somebody. And I think this Peely would have been a nice one to get it off of him, no matter whether it been Roman, not so much Roman, but like Solo, Rock, or someone else. Could have been a doable thing, but I mean, like how much more or higher can you elevate Cody Rhodes without kind of essentially just killing his moxie?
I mean, again, kind of like we can't really give him so much of a pass too, but he, for the most part, been on that LA Knight train where his thing
Most
is
definitely.
his thing is yes, you wear suits, but unfortunately, in my opinion, I think in the indies that shit worked because that's kind of like a flex. Like he's showing low key dominance as to where like y'all could dress better than y'all, and I'm looking real sharp. I'm playing a part in WWE. It's like you got Nick Aldis dressed just as sharp.
And he's got
Like
his own clothing line.
you feel me? Like it's
But
a
I think with Cody, it's becoming one of those things where how do I want to put this? He claims he wants the John Cena schedule. Okay, but this isn't that kind of WWE anymore. So that's all fine and dandy. But you also got to realize that in the time where Cena was this workhorse, so to speak, WWE wasn't in the spot that it's in today. So they say availability is the best availability, but if you're doing all this extracurricular stuff, you're not really making yourself available. You're essentially putting yourself in the same category that Reigns and Lesnar were before you, in which you're here but you're not here,
Hmm.
and that's gonna bite him in the ass soon. And again, this may spawn his imminent heel run, but it's like he he's trying to force himself to be something that I don't think he could even come close to. A bunch of that has to do with the fact that I honestly don't believe there's not. I don't say there's not enough quality opponents for him. It's just I don't think he can pull that many matches consecutively.
Like I'm not
That
gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was just thinking about this. It's something kind of sus or like wrong about a overly nice person in a fucking suit all day. That's just a champion. Like
yeah, they come off as two faced. Now, granted,
yeah.
that was the old school way. You dress the part so you can look the part. I get that, but
But I think of the best suits.
maybe it's the addition of the tie, the vest, the pocket square. It was maybe a little excessive,
Nah, it ain't even no laugh for me. It's just when I think of the suits, I'm thinking the dirtiest play in the game, Ric Flair. I'm thinking
or Triple H,
Evolution. Yeah. Like they and then they was doing it as fucking like bad guys, like but they made it look
JBL.
cool too. Yeah. Bobby Lashley and the Hurt Business, Hurt Syndicate. They came out there to flex, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like we lean, we clean, and mean. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, when I
Bronson
see,
Reed
hmm
potentially fucked up both of his ankles off that dive.
oh my Jesus, no wonder he
He
probably
didn't get
ain't do
back up.
much after. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I was scared for him, bro. Like, it's one thing for a light person to be falling that high, but like, we gotta add extra science to the, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we drop a feather from that high and then we drop a watermelon from that high, different things might happen. And that's just a light example.
Gravity is a real thing.
Hmm. Man, I'm watching back the end of this bloodline match right now. Can't
I'm
wait to
just
really see a portion. I don't know what timeline we're gonna get it, but like a good Usos versus the God match. Like,
I'm telling you. To those of you that may not be familiar with Tongalo and Tamatonga, I suggest you get yourself a nice little subscription to New Japan World. Type in Gorillas of Destiny. You will not be disappointed. Or
like just
just catch some of Tamatonga's unhinged promos. Like you want to talk about zero fucks given? Say hello to the bad boy.
but look, this is what I be talking about with these type of matches. It's fun for us as fans, but at what cost do we got to see certain spots for people to get injured? Like it's almost nowadays, it's almost undefeated that people going up there and getting hurt bad. Like,
Well, I mean, one would assume that's when the those that are the producers of the show has to learn to tell folks no, no matter. I mean, say you watch them do it like 99 times. That one time they do it out there is gonna be one time they fuck up. I mean, shit. I forget who greenlit it, but WrestleMania 19, Brock Lesnar hitting that shooting star press 3/4 of the way of the ring, breaking his neck on the spot.
Now I know
Only,
this is two different people, but you seen when Taker said him and Triple H pulled the spot they weren't supposed to in that WrestleMania match. I
yep.
think it might have been a chair shot. So, but yeah, I was laughing like, man, even they got fined for that shit.
Yeah, it wasn't no cheap fight either.
Oh no, I couldn't imagine it was. Mm-mm. But for Monday, I mean, what you think is gonna be the what's the word I'm looking for? The aftermath of War Games for Monday. And then give me your aftermath. What you think gonna lead into Monday and SmackDown if you want.
Well, Monday, I'm not. It all depends on how much time they got pre-booked for the history of the New Day. But again, I wouldn't be surprised. Not fuck. I would like to have Seth and Punk have a little stare on all that, just to at least wet the whistle, so to speak. Let's see. Jay probably won't be doing much. I don't think we might see another match between Ludwig and Sheamus, which again I won't be mad at it. But as far as SmackDown, again, I would not put it past him if the final boss pulls up and just goes off on Solo. Now you
Mm.
and Snake have in the past have touched on Solo potentially getting excommunicated from his own bloodline. What if The Rock comes in, the Gorillas go with him, and just Solo stays with Jacob?
That'll be something.
Or we could see The Rock wait till Saturday Night's main event, go after Cody. Um, I'm patiently waiting for Tommaso Ciampa to blow a head gasket and just beat the dog shit out of Gargano. That's gonna be fun to watch. And I'm curious to see where this heel Street Profits finally go because again, Beef has been putting in work on with the microphone.
It's
And
gonna
then
be a
don't we
lot.
got a is it Raw or SmackDown where we're gonna have the next triple threat for the women's U.S. Championship
It's gonna be the next SmackDown.
because there's another. Oh no, she's on NXT. I was gonna say I forgot she's with Legado de Fantasma. Electra Lopez is in the match.
Yep.
Have we seen her before in the ring? I didn't watch too much of NXT when she was there, but this should be interesting.
Nah, I don't really remember seeing her too much. I always knew her to be like a manager, but I felt like I don't know, she looked like she could get down in the ring. Like she don't look like she's not athletic, but
We gonna see.
yeah. Like to me, Maxine Dupree looked more like I was worried when I'm like, damn, she looked like she probably get hurt out there. It looked like she ain't had no ring cadence at first. Like she almost looked like Eva Marie almost like you know what I'm saying? Like just to be real, like looked like she wasn't even supposed to be wrestling. They just said, you know what? You gonna start getting in the ring. I ain't never really see Maxine Dupree get down on NXT like that or no?
I I don't think so, but
Mm,
she's not as fragile as Riho, thankfully.
man, nah, she got muscle though. Like she got like that lean, like you know, like she might not have as much meat, but she got muscle though. But for me, I think like I would say I'm gonna just go crazy with this. I think us not seeing Dom, could he be planning on his Judgment Day exit?
Well, like we've been theorizing for weeks. Maybe him and Liv got a plan that's different from Finn's plan.
Yeah, cause something,
Something a little fishy
something,
with him.
yeah. And then I would think like he's almost there in every other situation to
Ninety
ensure
nine
that,
point nine nine percent of the time, he's there.
yeah, especially to ensure that Liv is
Liv is good to fuck with Priest.
yeah.
But
I
yeah, so
don't know, man.
I expect Finn to tell Dom, "Where were you?"
Where are you? Yep.
And we're gonna, "Oh, I was doing XYZ," or Liv will chime in and change the whole subject.
I think also if you want to make the tag team championships, I don't know how we would get there, but let's put some importance on Imperium. What happened to Imperium as a tag team? Like, okay, Giovanni's not there, but hell, if you're gonna have the tag team belts with the Judgment Day, might as well just have Gunther go crazy with two belts. Let's up his stock some more. Like, I don't know. There's just some things I would have just did. We just gonna do what we doing now. I mean, like, fuck it, right? Like, fuck it. Like, like, make it make sense. Like, make Gunther want to take that tag. Like, just for putting your nose in my business, now I'm gonna come take your belt, man. You know, like Finn, I'm
I wouldn't be mad at that, especially if it'll lead to an eventual Ludwig versus Gunther match for the World Heavyweight Championship. Because should they win the belts, whenever they drop, whether it be 1 month from now, a few months from now, after Mania,
mm-hmm.
Ludwig's gonna be the one that has to take the pin, and then that'll set up Ludwig versus Gunther. Gunther say, "Why do you keep letting me down?" Just go
Dogging
off
him
woman
out.
again. Ludwig will
Hell,
crash out on him, and then boom, Ludwig's one of the top baby faces off the rip.
man, I loved it. Oh, we cooking right now. Like, cause exactly like what you said earlier. Why the fuck you gonna have Gunther in this storyline if it ain't gonna amount to nothing? That's a power move right there. Let's shake the room real quick. Like, I know people don't like having double champions, and get over it, man. It's only gonna be temporary.
Well,
You're
like I
not
said,
acting
this
like,
would be the rare scenario in which the double champion title or whatever phase you want to call it is to fuel a story for something down the road. Something they should have done with Jade and Bianca.
and you doing it with dominant people, like, so.
Yeah, these ain't no slouches.
Yeah, it's different because Shawn and Cena weren't a tag team, but it's almost like when they had the tag team belts and Shawn was gonna challenge Cena for the belt, for the
Or
heavyweight belt.
MVP and Matt Hardy.
Hmm.
Or the infamous 2-man power trip.
Like, and then like you saying, it's setting up that eventual scenario. Okay, somebody gotta take the blame right now, and then it's most likely gonna be Ludwig taking the pinfall, taking the blame, dogging him out, and then Ludwig, he might not get his upcomings in terms of getting a championship, but he gonna get his upcomings of having a great outing against the heavyweight champion, which is it should undoubtedly put him in that main event heavyweight scene. If not for sure, not just the third man in the triple threat match. You know what I'm saying? Like he, it's not even like, to be honest, it's a nice matchup. If he would have took the pinfall, it would have just made him look worse than he already been looking.
But instead, they let him get active. They let him do some stuff that,
Hmm.
again, only boosts his stocks.
Yep, because just a few weeks ago, like he's over here trying to fight for Gunther's honor, and he's just taking pinfall after pinfall.
And even eating a lot of Gunther's shit, too.
Hmm. Which he still might eat some shit for it. Which is why I think right now, to like, I don't know, like I don't know if they're gonna heal or play into that with that some more, but either the Ludwig and Gunther should come up next, or let Gunther take them tag team belts if y'all don't really know what to do with him, and put Imperium back for now, as a tag team.
Imperium with just Ludwig and Gunther, or with Vinci as
Nah,
back
just
in the?
no, just Ludwig. I mean, because they've called them Imperium recently without Giovanni, so that's the only reason what made me think about that. Like they've referenced them as Imperium, but then
Okay.
there's also times where they reference them as Gunther and Ludwig.
What if you have your boy Ridge the Fridge click up with them?
That'd be a power move too. But at this point, though, I think I'm cool. Queen, I see you out there. At this point, I'm cool with just seeing Gunther and Ludwig because it's time that they get into the. I think that's kind of one that I don't know if everybody been waiting for, but I know for sure I've been waiting for that one.
It'd definitely be a fun one, but it's one
Yeah,
of those.
or like you said, the
It's one
student
of those.
teacher.
Do you want to do it now, or
It's
could
still yes.
is it worth letting it marinate a little longer? Because again, we can anticipate how special it's going to be, but what if we let it marinate a little bit longer? Could we make it better
Unfortunately,
possibly?
nah. Unfortunately for me, I would like to have waited on it, let it marinate. But with what we've been seeing Gunther do, they're just like lowering his stock. So like by the time that does happen with him and Ludwig, I might want to see Ludwig beat him. And is that how we wanted to approach the situation initially?
Well,
Maybe not. Maybe so. Who knows? But I
I,
thought the idea run for Gunther was to make him look just as dominant as those 666 days as IC champion. I feel like I haven't seen that. I've seen controversy. I've seen uncertainty. I've seen him actually been pinned as champion to Cody Rhodes, albeit it wasn't for the championship, but it was for a championship.
and to be honest, I would be surprised if they let Gunther's reign last anything longer than a year max. Because I wouldn't be mad at it, but
Nah, it's a lot
I
of heat going on Raw right now. Like seeing Punk could come take that up off him, Seth, like Bronson Reed. It's a lot of people that could. At one point a few months ago, I might have been saying who we gonna who we gonna put in front of Gunther
who we
that's
gonna feed
aside.
him?
Yeah, but like right now, at his state that he's in right now, and the heat. I mean, Drew McIntyre could come back and beat him.
We know Sheamus can beat him. We know Sammy can beat him. I'm
Like
willing to bet Braun can beat him. I'm willing to bet
like
Braun can smoke him.
yeah, like this dude is fucking barely escaping regular matches. You know what I'm saying? Regular singles matches. Fucking Drew McIntyre's been robbed half the year, and he's going into war. That motherfucker could easily come back and you know what I'm saying? Make some noise.
Now, would it be the end? So, say Drew is next for that belt. Would it be the end of the world if Drew puts Gunther out the way Goldberg's done to like Bray Wyatt, Dolph Ziggler, Kevin Owens, etc.?
But like a quick match,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. If I think right, I'm not gonna. I thought this was too back when they did the triple threat stuff with the Drew and Sheamus, but this version of Drew is even better than that version. So I think I don't see how Gunther could beat this version of Drew right now. Like I can't. I'm be honest.
But
Like
again,
this,
but
yeah.
I'm talking about if it's just a flash knockout, would
I mean,
that do more harm than good?
yeah, it kind of saying good. Gunther kind of got to earn his stripes back in my eyes. It's kind of like you know why I'm saying that? Cause aside from your runs that were dominant, the competition weren't main event competition. And in main event competition, you ain't displayed as dominance. Now one can argue that that Intercontinental was close to the main event because you was beating main event people, but the program and the story is a little bit different as we see. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe the chase is what Gunther needs.
Yeah, like for most of part of those Intercontinental Championship runs, and that I can remember, I mean, like we got to, I mentioned the Drew and Sheamus stuff, but there was probably a lot of people he beat in between that was probably like not even really, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like even Gable at first, before he was gonna put on, before we seen him put on a good match, it was kind of like, oh yeah, that's a run through. He gonna run through him. When he fought Ricochet those few times, oh yeah, he gonna run through Ricochet. Like it kind of had those vibes. Sammy was the only surprise, and even that was, oh wow, y'all let Sammy beat him. Like, so I think that's what I'm like looking. I'm for Gunther. It's crazy. Like I feel like you dominated the mid card, but in the main event they made you look vulnerable. I don't know why that happened.
And this may be one of those things that they just sweep under the rug.
It can be, but who else has this happened to really that was so We've never really. I mean, that I can remember. I've never really seen a dominant person go through what Gunther's going through right now.
Um, well, during Pink Vince McMahon bullshit, Sheamus went through something similar.
Yeah, like
Um, who else? Maybe as far as the fall from grace, one can make a case for Roman, i.e., the dog food days.
and then this is
Um,
like some weird shit though. This is like some self-inflicted like in character story. Like it's just he's not even proud of how he's been finishing people. That's what this shit stems from. He wasn't proud that fucking Finn helped him, that he couldn't pin Randy clean the first time.
okay, you
That
got me there.
yeah, like that is it's weird shit. That's why I'm just like, so now if you put him in a situation where he's fucking gonna really get fucking, oh yeah, it's a Claymore like 30 seconds into the match, and yeah, we odd. That might just send him back down. Like, oh man, but not back completely back down, but like, I don't think you put him back right into the heavyweight title.
I say, honestly, you give him maybe like 3, 4 months just to get a break and recharge the batteries and just focus on the drawing board.
Yeah,
Maybe a vignette of what once was with some opera music in the back, and then do some teasers, but not some predictable teasers, and just have him just come back over and just start just whooping ass.
I mean, and I don't know if Gunther's like selling this character he's giving us right now, but like the dude legitimately looks tired out there. Some of these appearances, like
Yeah, because again, has he had a break yet?
that. Oh man,
I get it, the money's nice, but again, if you don't physically have the energy, then you're not much use to anybody, not even yourself.
I mean, and I hate to say this because I feel like this is my always my route to go with it or my cop out, but I feel like the chase is better for some. And in this case, for Gunther, it wasn't really no chase either. He got put into a tournament, won the tournament with controversy behind it. There was, Triple H came out and said what he said about the ref. So it made one feel like that's not how the match was supposed to end.
Right.
Maybe things could have. Maybe Randy was supposed to win the match. Like we don't know unless one day. And then I thought it was odd that they give Randy when Gunther wins. I believe Randy was the first person to challenge for it. Reason I say it's odd because okay, Randy's at that moment we still playing into brands. He's a SmackDown superstar. I didn't really see him winning the championship,
But
but
again,
he beat him convincingly. Great match out in Berlin. Special crowd.
yeah. So we'll see what the crowds in 2025 hold for WWE. If they do go back to France, let's see if they can match what Leon did this year.
Yeah, I think Gunther is like aside from the crowds that you talk about, I don't want to dismiss that, but like just to Gunther's something to keep an eye on for sure. Because
But most definitely, he needs some time off.
if we were to have somebody beat him in the immediate future, who's the next one holding the championship for Monday Night Raw?
And that goes back to something we talked about earlier. It's like, is this how we give Cena number 17?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If we are gonna go that route, I would say let's get it out the way early, right? Like we could like come on, let's do it. Let's make history. Let's
So that's
out, you know,
what,
win a
5 weeks
chamber.
away from now,
I
January
mean,
6th.
the way I mean, I could be wrong, but let's say this is how things play out. Elimination Chamber comes before WrestleMania, right?
Yeah,
So whoever wins the Royal Rumble might end up challenging for Cody's championship, whether it's somebody from the bloodline or not, whatever. Then
mm.
Cena said he's gonna be in the Elimination Chamber too, or he's gonna appear there. So I'm thinking if they put the championship on the line, like Gunther got to defend in there in the Elimination Chamber, or the
So,
winner gets a contenders match at him, that might be a route for Cena right there. Nice
but
and
back
early.
back to the topic of Gunther. It's like, if you want to hurry to get him some rest, Netflix starts in 5 weeks. Would that be good enough to where he doesn't damage himself too much in the ring and on the microphone and with his overall demeanor and all that? Or can you get him to nut? Is it worth telling him to nut up and wait till March?
Well, I'm be honest. He put his work in tonight. So next PLE or next televised broadcast is gonna be network special is gonna be Saturday night main event.
Which he's slated to run it back with Priest again.
Now
After that, the big shows will be January 6th with Netflix or February, the beginning of February at the Rumble.
they should make an audible. They shouldn't even have them go at it the next PLE. If they want them to go at it, maybe have them go at it at the Rumble. Throw them like third match or something.
Yeah, because they're slated for that, and then I think Saturday's main event we're also getting Seth Rollins and Bronson in a cage match.
Yeah,
Hopefully, they pull the plug on both those matches. But again, like with Gunther, yeah, he puts the work today and all that, but it's like, how much longer are you gonna keep him from getting some much needed rest?
that's what I'm saying. After this Saturday night main event, if they do it there, let's say it happens, he's gonna work that main event. You can have him rest all the way into the Rumble because there's no real reason to have him coming out
If he's taking
and
a rest,
wrestling
I wouldn't even
matches.
want. I'd say him for the Chamber. I wouldn't even want him in the Rumble.
Yeah, if you have to, then yeah. But like, this is if he had to defend for whatever, or just show up at Rumble and do a match, whatever. I wouldn't be mad either. But you gotta give him that rest after this main event.
Or like I said, if anything, do you pull the plug on the match with Priest for main event and say, like I said, hypothetically, you have him drop the match to Cena out the blue on Netflix?
Mm. That'd be a hell of a premiere.
Yeah, because who knows what they're gonna do for Netflix? I mean, I just don't want him to get to the point to where you wait too long to give him some rest and it starts to show on his work. That's my concern
I mean, I feel
because
like
he's gonna tough it out regardless. But it's like at a certain point, you would like him to get some rest where you know if you pull the plug in it now, nothing's gonna really get damaged. There's not gonna be anything long term. His character's gonna be just fine. There is such thing as waiting too long before the rest, and that I think he may try to push an envelope, but I would hope that they'd be smart enough and they kind of give him a rest when the time is just right.
the thing is, I feel like I don't know. I feel like he be getting his rest low key too, cause in terms of I don't see him wrestle on Monday night every week. Sure, he pop up and travel with them. I guess if that's what you mean by wrestle, even like not traveling, but in terms of like actually ring like week to week.
I'm talking a few solid months. Him, no title, no sign or scent of him whatsoever. He's completely off of WWE's grid, much like how they've had Shinsuke for most of this year.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that to him.
I think he needs something like that. Not to the extreme length that Shinsuke had, but something on the lines of that, to where he needs a lengthier rest to where
Like what
get
they
back in
doing
the
to AJ
drawing board.
Styles
Get
too right now. A little, well, I
well,
don't know if he
AJ
injured.
is injured right now,
Yeah.
but again, he needs a lengthy rest to where he can get his mind right. I don't think he's had a break since they've called him up to the main roster. Like I'm not talking a 1 week here, a couple weeks here, just a lengthy period. Let him recharge the batteries. He may come back with a more polished and better version of himself than what we've seen, and then back to dominance.
Mm. Nah, I did. Oh yeah, I just seen that. You think Jacob got hurt on that?
On what?
He tried to do a
Oh, I mean,
springboard from the corner right there.
if memory serves, he tweaked that same leg when he tried to do that moonsault or that dive at Bad Blood onto the announce table. So again, he could be doing just a little bit too much, and you just got to slow it down a little bit.
Mm.
But Jimmy, broken toe, Bronson Reed, two possible fucked up ankles.
You said broken what?
Jimmy got the broken toe,
Oh yeah,
but both of them still feel safer than Adam Copeland.
yeah. Man,
But with this being the last PLE of the calendar year, what do you rank this one amongst not only the big four but the other ones that we saw this year?
okay, so I mean, out of the big four, last, I guess we'll include last.
I'm talking
This
Rumble,
year's.
Mania, SummerSlam.
I'm trying to remember the details of Rumble like that. I know we had Bailey and Cody win them shits, but that's okay. Rumble was fire. Mania was definitely fire. So, and then we got SummerSlam Survivor Series. This was the worst one, but it wasn't because it's just because the other ones are just great.
Yeah,
Now,
I agree.
yeah,
As far as the big four, this one doesn't come close to the other ones.
Yeah.
I still got SummerSlam ahead of both nights of Mania.
Mm. That's tough.
Yeah, against SummerSlam. Yeah, Mania we got the finishing of the story and whatnot, but the SummerSlam start to finish, just it was different. It was different and special in every positive way of the word.
And then in terms of uh
As
PLE,
far
I mean, this is definitely better than what was the one with AJ Styles and Cody? That was the France one. My
the I Quit match,
yeah,
yeah, that was bad.
I think we had spoke about it. Which PLE? I think it might have been, was it Bad Blood? I think Bad Blood was the one that was debatable too. That at first we was like, oh, this was, but then it was just like, oh, it was only the Hell in a Cell when the last few moments of the final boss popping in at that Cody and Roman match, but the Shark Cage match fell short. Finn and Damien fell short on that Bad Blood. Like, so I mean,
And
I
then
could
you
put
have
this here.
what was it, Clash, where Punk screws Drew. You had actually you had a few shows where Punk screwed Drew.
Yeah, Piper Nivens with in the hometown getting a look. I thought that PLE was good.
Crown Jewel has definitely been the best Saudi PLE probably since the start of the partnership.
And then I'm gonna be honest too. I think might be prisoner of the moment, but it's like we'll have to really like go back and I think it's gonna be like to be honest, Shinsuke and LA Knight could have happened on SmackDown. Triple Threat Intercontinental could have happened on Raw. The women's war game match didn't need to happen, but it was fire.
It was unnecessary, but it's one of those. I'm glad it did happen because of how great it ended up being.
Yep.
Or even the women's Money in the Bank match this year. It's like the women have this has been their year on all shows.
They definitely been turning up. What's the other match that was on? The Damian Priest and that's not really a Raw match, but it didn't live up to round one, so it's kind of been that Damian Priest Finn Balor territory from when.
No. Gunther and Priest was a match that we would have, or to those that watched it, would have saw on WWE main event.
Mm.
You
Yeah,
remember that
that
show that be on after SmackDown on random ass hours of
Yep.
the night,
Yep.
or like a Sunday night here, Saturday night Velocity. That's one of those matches.
Man. So I think like that's why it's hard for me. But I think when I look at some of the PLEs like I just mentioned, those that weren't the main ones, Clash was probably one of the better ones because it had a lot of shit going on. Which one was it that where did Seth and Damien square off at? That was in oh no that was
It wasn't Berlin.
no
Was it Wales?
that was Priest and um
Clash at the Castle.
yep.
Yeah, but again, but one thing that I noticed with this year's PLEs on WWE and NXT is each show has had several moments,
Mm-hmm.
and that's something that they've been missing for a long time consistently. And they have a solid formula to where, without fail, they're going to generate moments. Now, how good those moments are, we'll address it in 1 year, 5 year, 10 years time. Will the closing moments of tonight's PLE of Bloodline throwing up the ones and CM Punk doing the go to sleep sign, will that fare with the WrestleMania 20 scene of Eddie Guerrero and Benoit hugging it out, holding both WWE championships? Will it what we've seen with Io and Tiffany hitting their diamonds off the cage farewell against Edge spearing Jeff Hardy out at TLC 2? Time will tell. But
Mhm.
definitely in the moment, they are special.
Man, it's a lot to look forward to. Do you feel like right before we get out of here, I want to ask just one more question. Do you feel like they did this Bloodline Civil War kind of like do you think this was planned or kind of like one of those, oh yes, we gotta do something for War Games and this makes the most sense?
Um, this one made sense because once Solo formed his own bloodline with the Gorillas, we kind of had a feeling after Mania that this might be one of the key moments for this particular chapter and installment of the story. Now, as far as the parties involved, I think based on our predictions earlier in the year, we got quite a bit off. I think a lot of us would like to see Brock in this match. Many of us, or maybe just myself, but would have liked to see the three Paul Heyman guys in this match together. Um, Jacob Batu and the Gorillas are as advertised. Bronson Reed was an interesting addition to this.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I mean, uh, as deep involved as the story is, I wouldn't be surprised if next year's War Games, should they continue it, is again a bloodline match.
Mm.
Only this time, I would like them to make it more of the quote unquote tribal combat rules, or put a little spin on it to make it different. Otherwise, you run the risk of things just getting too repetitive, to where you'll have folks tune out for bloodline matches and just wait till the very end.
Do you think that Bronson Reed's addition ultimately meant nothing? Like, you see how there's gonna be, or there was seeds planted with Seth. I mean, not Seth, with CM Punk joining Roman Reigns, obviously, and there, there's gonna be stuff coming out of that. You think like Bronson Reed was just a one-off?
That's gonna be an interesting one because again, if he's meant to stick around for a little longer, I'm not mad at it. It's just it depends on how they utilize him.
Mm.
Because I wouldn't mind seeing Jacob Fatu and Bronson Reed tear up some tag teams. That might actually be kind of fun to watch.
Then if this wasn't one-off, do you feel like this was a missed opportunity to probably introduce somebody, or you feel like they really didn't know what to do, so that's probably
Well,
the closest option that makes sense there?
let's take a peek down this rabbit hole. Who, aside from who we saw, that's not Brock Lesnar, who else could they have introduced?
I don't
Is it
know.
too soon for Lance and Zilla?
I mean, maybe not Lance, but I
Would the
mean,
Rock would the Rock have been better suited for this role?
I think though they could have pulled off like even though it would have been new to the WWE audience if Hikaleo's really been signed like as advertised, then like so that could have been solo surprise right there. Like we got somebody.
Yeah, bringing in Little Big Brother would have been something.
Yeah, like you already got Jacob, and they kind of bring in the big like Bronson Reed is probably the biggest dude in the ring by whiff. So it's like
Easily.
yeah, like
But again, I mean, there's yeah, that's going to be the head scratcher because again, yeah, there's a small handful of names, but aside from that, this was probably likely the safest outcome. But now the question is again, now what are they going to do moving forward? A lot can happen between. Like I said, Rumble's 2 months away. A lot can happen in these next 60 days.
Yeah. Well, like now knowing that Jimmy got hurt and Bronson's potentially gonna be out too. I feel like Bronson might be out of TV picture for a little while. So ain't really much that we gotta really see him do.
Again, now it's but like I said, now we're just waiting for the final boss to show his face, and also like I've been preaching for the last few years, will we see the new elders in Haku and Rikishi? Because again, as far as the bloodline, so to speak, after the Wild Samoans, these two are now the patriarchs.
Yeah, I think you can, but if there's three different bloodlines and The Rock owning one, Haku and Rikishi, them three being the elders, but The Rock being the only active elder, like
And also, could say if Paul Heyman is siding with The Rock, could The Rock dub Paul Heyman as an elder, being with the family for so long?
mm.
So we go from the tribal council to the wise man to the elder.
Yeah, I thought it was also funny. Like I'm peeping the end of this event. CM Punk walked all the way to the back, even past the thing, and then had to come back out. So I definitely thought something was happening. You
Triple
ain't
Cross,
peep,
get your ass back out there.
yeah, you ain't peeped that when he walked all the way to the back into Gorilla.
I was hoping something was going to happen after that.
I thought somebody was gonna throw him through there or something. Man, but yeah, I mean, that's it, Chad. That was it. Survivor Series War Games. I'm looking forward to Monday. Like I said, I think Dom, all this stuff is gonna happen with Judgment Day. And yeah, I'm glad y'all was here, active with us for the ride, man.
Now,
Razor.
real quick on the topic of Raw, are you mentally prepared for the inevitable end of the New Day?
Oh yeah.
You're going, thank God.
Oh yeah. And not even it's just because when things become rinse and repeat, it's just like like
I get that.
even the Usos switched it up when they got drafted over to SmackDown and they left the face paint. They like and it became dark over there in Uso Penitentiary. Nothing
Yeah,
really needed that.
New Day
Yeah,
went from Acquire to Unicorns to Bootios to Pancakes.
that's what I'm saying. Nothing happened for the Usos to make the switch. They was selling merch. It's just all right. Let's turn it up. It's time. You know what I mean? They already had the New Day. Didn't make sense for two babyface tag teams. You needed somebody a great tag team to rival them, which they did. So the Uso, but now when there was other good tag teams around, New Day ain't really do much to. You know what I'm saying? Like now you got the Street Profits around, babyface tag team.
Motor City Machine Guns.
Yeah, like the
Who-
Usos became babyface by between the default where they were part of the bloodline. You're supposed to hate the bloodline, but you loved them.
I mean, technically, you can say Wyatt Six and War Machines are baby faces,
Yep.
or you make a damn good case for them.
Yeah. I mean, even the New Day were fucking around hosting WrestleMania when the Hardy Boys came back, bro, and won that. Like, come on.
Yeah, that was a moment by itself as well.
Yeah. It's just fucking New Day got comfortable playing the same hit. And I give credit to Xavier because I feel like a lot of the things he was doing, or example, Francesca thing, that was, you know what I'm saying? Some of them had their own cadences. I think Big E had a lot of on the mic shit. Kofi was just like the vet in the ring, really. But they all bring different shit.
Yeah,
But
but I
they
mean,
couldn't just switch the character. Like it was just always stuck playing that same hit and remix. Oh, we have bootios. Okay, now we got pancakes. It's like just remix the hits. They were good. I think once they did the pancakes thing, it started going a little bit down. Obviously, it went really downhill when Big E got injured, but the whole pancakes thing became a little bit weird now. Like I wanted to fuck with it, but they started, you know.
I'm genuinely curious as to what would have happened if E never would have got injured. Like, who knows where they'd be right now,
Yeah.
for better or worse.
I mean, they were on different brands though, so I think yeah, anything could have happened. I'm there with you. I would have wondered, but just saying that time they were on separate brands from what I remember. So mm, WWE already had like thoughts of splitting them up, I guess, or testing out what they could do on their own, but while still being a new day. I think that's what hurt Big E too a little bit on his like we see or we talk about how these people leave their factions and still got like the lingering things from whether it be the song, the outfit, and it kind of makes it weird. Like, are there like what's the purpose of keeping them apart then?
And he's a long way from the master of the 5 count.
Yep. Like it was hard for him to find an identity on his own when they split him apart, made him champion. It's kind of like you was still the same new day Big E, just without your team. At
Yep.
least Kofi still had his people with him when they did that. When Kofi had his run with the championship, at least he still had fucking New Day by his side. Just Xavier got to really turn it up a notch because now it's his time. If he don't really, and I think he's gonna do it, but again, it's just the competition is really stiff out there. Like,
Yeah, we'll see what this week has to bring to everybody.
hell yeah. We gonna ride y'all out with the motherfucking tracks of the night. We gonna put this shit up on the screen one last time. We chat. I know it's fuck good and know that'll be good.
put on for the tribe. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies. Put food on the table, tatted in pride, acknowledge my plight, and know that we good. Put on for the tribe, I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies. Put food on the table, tatted in pride, acknowledge my plight, and know that we good. Locked in a cage, filled up with rage, looking for better days. I created them better days, broke free from the mold. The stories were told, the days were empty, the nights were cut off for the tribe. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies. Put food on the table, tatted in pride, acknowledge my blood, and know that we good. Put on for the tribe. I'm the one that we good, are we good? The tribe. I'm the one that we good, are we good? I'm the one that's alive, locked in a cage, filled up with rage, looking for better days. I created them better days, broke free from the mold. The stories were told, the days were empty, the nights were cut off for the tribe. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that survived through the truth and the lies. Put food on the table, tatted in pride, acknowledge my blood, and know that we good. Put on for the tribe. I'm the one that we good, are we good? I'm the one that we put on for the tribe. I'm the one that we good, are we good? I'm the one that's alive, locked in a cage, filled up with rage, looking for better days. I created them better days, broke free from the mold. The stories were told, the days were empty, the nights were cold. Acknowledge my blood, they know that we good. I'm the one that's alive, acknowledge my blood, they know that we good. I'm the one that's alive, I'm the one that we good, are we good? I'm the one that put on for the tribe. I'm the one that we good, are we good? I'm the one that's alive,
Chilling at the head of the table where the bosses sit, stunning everything in sight, whether it's in the bloodline or corporate. Walk me out, they laid a big smile, little handcuffed by officers. Hold on, wait, I think they lost the script, we got some shooters. Pow, it's off the hip, yeah. Oh, chilling at the head of the table where the bosses sit, stunning everything in sight, whether it's in the bloodline or corporate. Walk me out, they laid a big smile, little handcuffed by officers. Hold on, wait, I think they lost the script, we got some shooters. Pow, it's off the hip, yeah. Chilling at the head of the table where the bosses sit, stunning everything in sight, whether it's in the bloodline or corporate. Walk me out the arena, big smile, little hand